It is time to return to the city. Buttons, please. Hey, welcome back to stream. If you, for some reason, find this VOD, because I'm gonna jump into the game really quick here. If you, for some reason, found this VOD and don't know about this game, I very much recommend you to not watch and instead play it yourself. It is a very, very fun game with many twists and turns that I've experienced in the last stream already. And I'd love you to not be spoiled, I guess, and play it and experience it for yourself. With that warning out of the way, I would say I'm just gonna jump into the game. I have like a few plans that I want to do today, and I only have, so much time in a day. So let me start here. Continuing the game. Last time we went through multiple time loops, and we figured out quite a lot of stuff. And we ended it off very damaged. Okay, waking up. Still kind of healing after, the last situation. Basically, we still have the issue that changing scenes and stuff and muting myself does actually make me crouch. Basically, we went back in time again, and we do have a bow this time. There are a few things I want to do today.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and what you're doing?
Just like last time, I'm gonna skip a lot of stuff. Also, the audio should be slightly louder than last time. I hope that's a little bit better. Well, we've had this conversation before. I don't actually want him to take care of stuff because we can't actually fix that situation yet. We need a lot of money. Yeah, I'm gonna skip other stuff. No problem. Because last time we got a bow, we, procured it. Which one is it? It's this one. We got it from the temple. I have to remember, I have to scroll down to get this one first. Okay. Because the inventory in this game is kind of not the greatest, I have to say. Well, I would say, first things first, I do have a few places I want to visit. I could have actually done that from over there. I don't know why I went over here.
Don't you just love springtime?
I don't actually know how to move the statue yet. This is one big thing that is still on my mind. We could probably shoot it, but I'm guessing that wouldn't actually count. We can go up here to the theater and then go up here because there's this one shrine that I want to check out, because there were some vines that we can now climb. We have to go to the right here. And the next right, let's go in here. We should still have the key, which is nice. And we have to use that arrow over there. That should allow us to climb up here. I still love that mechanic. Wait. Oh, I can just inspect them like this. Okay. Oh, this is how you're supposed to enter that shrine. Because we've been here before. Well, that's interesting. I would say slightly disappointing, because I had hoped that I would find like a new area here. That's from Livia. Anyway, we still need like a lot of money. So this is going to be like one of the priorities. I'm gonna check out all the chests I can remember that have a lot of money in them. Yep, that's okay. I'm just gonna take the item. I don't know if we are going to need that wine at some point. I'm guessing we will. Would be weird if we just, could loot all of that all the time. For no reason at all. We couldn't really get in there. It's just blocked. This is the, I'm gonna call it like the old city, the under city, whatever you wanna call it, dice tower. A metal dice tower designed to stop people from cheating when rolling dice. Clearly cheating must have been a problem among the Romans. I mean, the math rocks, they don't lie, I guess, when you roll it properly. Don't like Aurelia, so, just gonna ignore her. That chest, we can steal stuff, but it's definitely not worth it. And it would also be kind of rude, let's be honest. Again, just a few coins. I remember there being like a lot of coins around. Also, there are a few more places. Do we know that one? I told Lucretia about the dreams I've been having, and she said it might help her divine their meaning if I wrote them down. It happened again last night. The man by the river was there, as always, his face shrouded in shadow from that peculiar ram headdress. Once again, he introduced himself as Curti and told me he'd dragged me from the river. He seemed to smirk as he said his name, as if it meant something I could not understand. Indeed, the name rings a bell, but I cannot for the life of me remember where I heard it. I do not think I will sleep soundly until I know. Who's Curti? But there's only one page, but this is definitely one we had not found yet. It's still the whole thing. We figured out that basically everyone got dragged out of a river. I get it, it's all up to me. Why is this one boarded up? Can I at least figure out what it is boarded up? I mean, it's a room over there. Definitely can't climb from over here. Maybe from up here, kind of. If there's a path, then it should be here. But probably not. This one's locked. Well, this is a start. I would say I am going to check out the other place with the chests over here where we couldn't climb before. Well, this actually kind of throws a curveball into my plans, just because I had hoped that that shrine I visited, like the Christian shrine, that I instead would have reached like another place. You know, I kinda snuck into their the previous stream by means of like kind of a glitch, you could say. Like, I mean, I went with her like the moment she went through there and kinda squeezed through. Oh, there's a fire. Treasure hunter. Find treasure using a golden bow. 250 coins. Nice. How many coins do I have? Almost 1,000. We need 2,000 those to save the lives of the two yeah, indentured servants. Call them that. There's still that one woman missing, which is something I have no clue about where she went. I still don't believe that the one downstairs was actually her. You know, the one that I actually got to shoot. I don't want to talk to you guys though. Yeah, I get that you will help me, but I don't know how currently. Again, I'm gonna ignore that situation over there. You're still here, and I don't actually know if there's a way to unlock the door yet. I don't think we have found a new key. Yeah, it's just locked. Seems to be like a double door again. So I'm guessing this is a loading zone. We had a similar thing happen with like the other water place under dimension over here. We do know that we can't go out of this place via the bathhouse. It's quite windy over here. Our chest. Money is just lying around, that's nice. Didn't know that this belonged to no one. I guess stealing has weird, you know, rules about them. Still. Like, originally I thought about how the golden statues have to see you for all of this. But, you know, apparently that's not quite the case. Also, we have like the whole idea, like there's still, you know, we kind of have to figure out which god is responsible for all the golden statues. I still feel like it's actually two of them that are related to the golden rule. We have like one of them that basically enacts it, and the other person who kind of wants to free all the statues. That's my theory. I'm terrible with like remembering the god names. Was this the shrine to, was it Diana or something? I hope I'm not mixing up the names, but basically where we got the bow would kind of be reasonable for them to be the god responsible for the rule. Yost is scared because of that guy. We can't actually use him as... This not? I did not do it. Are those new? I mean, we definitely talked before. I also still don't quite know, like, even if I get like all the money together, right? It's still like 2,000 denarii, so I don't actually want to, well, invest that money in a loop where I don't feel like I can actually accomplish everything I want to do. Because again, we would have to refarm all of that money, even if we free those two, you know, let's be honest, they're just slaves here. And it would be kind of terrible to have to repeat that every time. Stone mill looks like flour and grain were poured in from above and ground between the stones as the handles are rotated. Kind of makes sense. A Roman recipe for bread. Ingredients: yeast, salt, water, flour. I don't know if we have anything interesting here. Unless there's something interesting. Pour the water in a mixer bowl, dissolve the yeast. Add the flour to separate bowl and gradually add the water and salt. Until the dough isn't too sticky or floury. Cover the dough and leave it in a warm place near the oven for an hour or so that it rises. Bake until the crust is golden and allow it to cool. Seems kind of normal. Doesn't seem like any sort of secret code if there is one. We do know that at the shrine we had loaves of bread that look like this. A circular loaf of bread designed to be pulled apart into wedges. It appears to be freely available to anyone who wants it. I can take one. That's cool. Can I just take multiple? I mean, that's cool. Because I realized that at the Christian shrine we also had that bread. It was kind of left outside, so maybe I'm gonna, you know, deal with you first.
Help! You have to do something.
Yeah, we have to do something. We had that one already. I get right on it. That's fine. I'm gonna deal with it first, and then I'm gonna. Do not go in there. Wait.
What?
We had that thing with the shrine. Just trust me. It's fine. Gonna deal with that guy, lead him into the shrine so nobody dies. Well, except for the guy, obviously. Please come over so we can talk. Get into that shrine. I'm guessing we will have a situation with the golden rule if we don't lead him inside of the shrine, because obviously he's going to attack someone. And, you know, this is probably the easiest way to deal with that. And that should allow us to talk to the baker over here, because she talked about it last time. As Rufus, we could probably help him. We have not done that, that one loop.
Name's Rufus.
Watch your step. About your rheumatism.
What business is that of yours?
I figured out the treatment. Eat a pinch of this willow bark and you should feel better in no time. It's probably nothing in the background, right? Like, certainly nobody died.
Willow bark.
Willow bark.
This will work. Oh, thank God. Finally, some relief. This is what I've been praying for. Maybe God hasn't abandoned me after all. Thank you. I've been in a lot of pain lately. The rheumatism, these cursed statues always watching, and the crisis of faith. It was too much. Started messing with my head.
That's good to hear. I mean, maybe we can actually have a proper conversation now.
Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but family's from Solution and Tigris, Babylon province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th, one they call Ironclads.
I don't think this is something new, right? No, not particularly. Maybe there were some more details in there. Because we definitely talked about it. But he seems a bit nicer, which is nice.
Fine.
What do you think about the golden rule?
I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
That's fair enough. Another feeling I've lived through a pandemic. I mean, not quite as current anymore. Well, I mean, kind of still, but hey.
I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned.
I mean, kind of makes sense. Also, I need to probably change some audio settings. Because I feel like this is something I noticed like in the last VOD already. Like the voices are kind of quiet in comparison to like all the music, for example.
I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it.
Also, minor other thing, I forgot it, to change it after the rural stream again. You probably have heard like my fan in the background because this game, you know, needs a bit more, you know, power. Let me activate the filter again, so that's gone. I still need to set up like some settings in my GPU. It's fine. I just haven't had the time yet. I think you're right.
That doesn't help me.
Probably doesn't.
See you around.
Okay, let's go into the settings, audio, just voice volume. I'm gonna put that one to 100. I hope this will be fine. Just have them, you know, they are important enough that we should definitely have them maxed out. What about, this was that shrine, exactly. We got all our medicine here, we could save her, but again, doesn't really make much sense in this loop. I kind of want to use my time wisely. I want to go down here again. Yeah, I get it. It's all up to me.
Hey,
Down here.
you're not thinking about
Yes, I want to
going
go into the systems.
are you?
We've had this conversation before. No, not really.
You'd be eaten alive, little runt like you.
Fair enough. Still gonna do it though. Seems to be like the quickest conversation. Because if I turn the statue to gold, I don't think there's going to be like much of a difference, but you know, I feel a little bit better about it. Exactly, size of relief, that's great. And we can also get some money if I recall correctly. Coin pouch, oh yes. Pendant, we have a few of those already. You're looking around. I remember that I wanted to go up here, probably. I need to kind of map this out in my head a little bit better. Oh, wait, I'm stupid. I just, you know, I'm sitting here. Didn't even notice this for a good moment. Well, I guess we can just climb. Oh, yes. Find a creative way into the upper systems. Oh, yes. I'm actually somewhat confused about like this whole situation here. Because it's kind of sounded like the quest that gave me this bow, basically. Gave the notification that you can just say no to it. So it felt as if this was like something more creative. We do actually have a far jump, which is nice. So I thought it was kind of optional. Hey! Figure out how to get in. exactly. Italian plumber entered the upper cistern in an unconventional way. There's a captive. I could imagine who this captive is. I mean, certainly whoever, you know. Hey, you.
You. Who are you? Did he send you?
I'm Caleb. Nobody sent me.
Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back.
What's going on here?
I'm Centella. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key.
I mean, who exactly did this to you? I mean, I have some theories. You know, there are some political rivalries going on currently.
Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify him.
Okay, for some reason I thought it would have gone the other way, but I guess Sanchez. I mean, we already knew that he wasn't quite a good guy, but he at least had like some ideas about the golden rule, you know.
I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
I mean, we definitely know about the gods not wanting them to escape, mainly from that story about the ladders being brought to the well above the bathhouse.
Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate, and he has the only key.
What will you do if I release you?
I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm done caring about the golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together.
What about the others?
There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say?
I mean, I'm guessing everyone's going to die, but, you know, we can technically escape and try again. And what if we round everyone up so they are ready to escape once the golden rule is broken?
There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never.
I mean, if he's getting over here, then I can probably get the key if I'm letting her here for a moment. I know this is kind of rude to do, but
What?
for now.
No, you can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless?
It's too dangerous. Let me see if I can persuade Sanchez to let you go. Not heartless or irrational. Our escape isn't worth the lives of everyone here. Change my mind. I will let you go. I would say I'm gonna persuade him first.
It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything. I'm telling you, he's a monster. Please.
I need to try.
You're making a mistake.
She said that she... Oh, he's definitely coming over. That means there's actually a pathway here. But from where? It's not from over there. Maybe we continue over here somehow? Because this is the gate that's locked. But it's not... Is that the one at the temple, maybe? I'm guessing this one is the one she's talking about. That one's certainly locked, but it would be great to go through that door. At least, like, geometry-wise, it kind of makes sense that we are, you know. I need to get that key, though. The problem is, if I harm that guy, then we can't be sent back in time. Which is like kind of the big problem I'm seeing right now. But maybe I can steal the key another way. Because Sanchez is the only one who's sending us back. So that's kind of the problem why I don't actually want him to be harmed right now. Because again, like, we can't really end the time loop like this. Can I just fall down into the water? I hope. Yes. Okay. But it's great that we found something new at least. For some reason I thought he would just come over there, you know. But we can certainly confront him in a second. Just looking around if there's like something else I can shoot. There might be at some point, but... I mean, we already found something big here, so... you had nothing on you? I'm trying to remember if there was like any other place I was able to, you know, shoot and turn to gold to climb somewhere else. Can we talk now that I have defeated the monster?
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment, it being election day.
We're going to vote for this. Kind of obvious. I guess I'm going.
Just remember, I'll be watching.
We need to talk now.
Citizen?
I mean, not quite a citizen.
Alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
Well, it's me. We had the same conversation before.
We have? Wait, if I understand correctly, someone is about to break the golden rule, forcing me to create a portal in time to bring you here? I must have entrusted you with figuring out who the culprit is. Only, I assume we failed, and you had to start over. Is that about right? If so, what happened?
Can I, by the way? No, cannot open the menu in this exact moment because I would like to turn down the bird volume. You know, we are in a hurry.
Seems rather brash, but all right. Why have you sought me out?
I knew what you did to Santilla.
Me? What are you talking about?
You're keeping her tied up in the system.
You know, you remind me of him.
Who?
Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal before you.
Well, I mean, this certainly is something. That means that he was sent back then, though, right? Because he never would have made it to the point where, you know, the loop happens, because otherwise he wouldn't remember. Which also maybe explains why we have like the my point, like he like the first guy we met, the farmer, I cannot remember his name, something with G, Galerius. He basically talked about 23 people in here, and he's always mentioning 22 because he knows that Al has disappeared and was sent back into his time. Well, I guess you remember him?
Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I mean, you've lived through the day, what, 6 times? Most impressive. And yet everything you've done has been in vain, because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Best to take your own life now. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
Well, I mean, this changes things. You knew there was a way out and even locked up your own daughter to keep it a secret. Why?
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun on my face, the music of birds chirping. And as long as this day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and over again, for eternity. Don't you see? I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
I mean, never if I only had 1 day to live, basically, you know? Like, even if, like, the death at the end is, like, painless, you know? Every single time everything happens the same way, you cannot change anything, basically. Whatever you do has no impact, like, that sounds just terrible. Even if you're immortal. And we know that, Elle has tried for 1,000 times. So I'm guessing, you know, if, like, technically at least 3 years have passed for him and nothing changed. I don't know if I would ever, you know, I would just get bored to death, basically.
And why would I agree to that?
I do know that I can't stop him because I will not be sent back in time. If you don't hand it over, you might have an uprising on your hands.
You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies.
It's kind of the problem. He doesn't have morals. Let's be honest. We can't talk about the right thing to do. This isn't over.
I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me.
I'll find a way to break the cycle, and you with it.
What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
Well then, I'm still gonna go into the villa. I can at least talk to his other daughter for now.
Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
I know we're new here, and something barbarian
Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here.
talked about this. Can we talk about Scintilla?
Oh, you heard about...
I found out your father has been keeping her tied up in the upper cistern.
What? Is this some kind of crude commoner joke?
It's not joke.
No, surely not. Father, is this true?
I'm afraid it is.
I don't understand. Why? Why would you do such a thing?
Because she found a way out. And if you're wondering why I'm telling you this, it's because you're never going to remember any of it. All I have to do is commit a sin, and the day will begin again. Watch this. I'm going to kill you now.
The many
Great.
shall suffer for the sins of the one.
No. It's probably not the smartest thing to do, but hey. I kinda wanna know what happens if I, you know, stop him. Can I not shoot him? Guess not. What about you, by the way? I wanna go in here. Get some arrows. But otherwise I'm stuck, which is kind of a problem. Can't even leave here. Well, I can hang around here. Maybe until I heal. Rest my weary bones. But I feel like I am in kind of a predicament because I can't actually leave again. Or can I? Can I? You know, unstuck myself by just running into that door a few times, but I'm guessing there's a statue in front of it. That's blocking the way. There doesn't seem to be another way out currently. I mean, I did kind of soft lock myself here. I mean, I can just load a save, but we did get so much money in here. So it's kind of annoying that I have to load the save. Unless there's like another way out I just can't see. Some weird holes. Come on. I jump some more, maybe. Jumping seems to have some sort of an effect. Okay, now you actually let me out. Perfect. I don't actually think that shooting them does anything. Guessing those statues are just kind of impervious to damage in general. But hey, we are rich now. You still... Why don't you bring the key with you? I just wanna open that lock and figure out what happens. Well then, next loop. Should be loop number 8. We can hear the last bit of damage here. And I want to free the slaves this time. We have enough money for it. Hey.
Salve, friend.
We can't do that yet. I'm gonna do that later.
Oh,
But I do have some things you have to take care of.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
My uncle was a victim at rheumatism's altar, and he ended up killing himself. All right, got it.
Also, you know, stop the poison.
Yulia? Oh no. All right, I can do that.
And Fabia entering the empty shrine.
All right, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
That's it?
I'll go, but once I'm done, I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
I mean, I definitely will, but now let's stop our good old friend the Jumper. By the way, have I been down here yet? Maybe not properly. I still want to go to the top door for now. You know, we could also just get even more money. I mean, we can always use more, I guess, just in case this doesn't work, because we will have to repeat the loop, but I at least want to know what exactly will change. Yeah, listening and stuff. Give me some more money. 250, it's probably worth to use one arrow for that. Well then. Also give me like 1 second, I'm gonna have to check something quickly on the side here. Okay, everything's fine. Just have to check one minor thing. Okay. That's working, so how about we now talk over here? Talk to our good old friend. That should be fine.
Salve, welcome.
You again. I want to talk to Ulpius.
All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
That's fine.
Oh no, no. Orpheus, what are you doing? Get back from there.
That's the idea. Yeah, let's talk. I am prepared,
Please
actually.
help him.
I'll talk to him.
Thank you.
Which option did I use? The first one, probably?
You know about that? How is that possible? I mean,
You never told me if I told you.
Well, you don't understand.
Maybe I can solve your problem.
It's too late for that. Yulia and I made a pact, and she's already swallowed hemlock this morning. If I backed out now, I'd be betraying her. I can't do that.
Well, we were able to get some silphium to save her life.
Oh, really? That changes things a little. But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Unless you happen to have 2,000 denarii to pay off both of our debts.
Actually, I do.
Really? Wait. So, I guess you'd want me to work for you then?
I mean, you'd be free.
You'd do that for us? A couple of complete strangers?
I mean, I don't really have, any use for strangers. I have to pay 1,000 denarii for each, or like 2,000 actually, each single day, because, it's just repeating.
It seems today we are both blessed. This did not turn out how I thought. Thank you, friend. I never thought people like you existed.
Counselor, save Yulpa's life. Yes, your mind.
Thank you. I'll go and pay off our debts immediately. I just wish there was some way I could repay you. But I have nothing but the tunic on my back.
Don't worry
I'll
about
go
it.
and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news. Thanks again, friend. I'll never forget what you did for us.
I mean, you will forget it tomorrow. He's busy. I actually wanted to talk to him, But hey, we can do that in a second. Let me use the zip line. I love the zip lines. And get over here. Anyway, is there a way to get into the temple via some vines, maybe? Doesn't seem that way. Wait, there's... I can jump like this. But I first want to talk to those both, Both of them, now that they are both alive. Maybe we can get like a key to the upper system.
Yulia,
Welcome.
I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Well, can we talk now?
Shalom.
Shalom indeed. Who are you going to vote for?
Sentius, I suppose. I'd have to be insane to vote for Malleolus after what he did to me.
Fair enough. What's your story?
You mean where am I from and all that? Judea, originally. But when I was a child, I moved to Rome with my family, Romanized my name and spent most of my life in the Jewish district of Trans-Tiberim, across the Tiber from the main city. That's where I was when the fires broke out. Everyone was running toward the river and I, listening to my inner contrarian, ran the other way. Every road leading out of Rome was in chaos, full of people with all their belongings in carts and brigands preying on them. Several hours down the Appian Way, I saw another Jewish family being attacked by 3 opportunists. So I picked up a branch from the side of the road and went to defend them. I can only assume they got the better of me because the next thing I knew, I was waking up in a forest, by a river not far from here, with no memory of how I got there. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. Why would a robber knock me unconscious and throw me in a river but not take my coins.
Well, I mean, I'm still of the opinion this is just, you know, eternal death and stuff, but I guess not just for sinners in that sense. I don't know. I mean, I would say both of those. Good on you for risking your life to help others.
A lot of good it did me. And that family. I sometimes wonder what happened to them.
Right, I have to repeat
You
that
mean,
whole
where
text.
am I from and all that? But when
I'm
I
gonna
that's
skip
every
that
seven-
one. I
mean,
wanted to
it's-
talk about the other one, about people waking up, you know, that you were several hours away.
You're right. I always just assumed the river carried me, but I'm not sure I was anywhere near the Tiber when I fell. I'm sure it'll all make sense if we ever get out of here.
You know. I guess I'll be going now.
All right, friend. Thanks for the chat.
Definitely, you know, I don't want to say completely confirms my suspicion, but certainly emphasizes the whole thing that everyone here is actually dead. You know? I can only inspect things. Well, that's fine.
A golden bow, just like Apollo and Diana's.
Okay, it was Diana actually. I got that bow from. I mean, it could be both of them, or they at least are in cahoots with whoever invented the golden rule. It just kind of makes too much sense. But it doesn't really make sense that we now have people, you know, or like another god who kind of wants to help us out. I get that you need help and stuff. Oh wait, I wanted to check on the thing over here.
Citizen.
Because now I can actually climb up there. And maybe, since I'm going in from another way, I can maybe, just maybe, find some other cool stuff. That's the wrong bow. Is this even reachable? How would I reach over there? Because I cannot, you know, I can go down, but not really up. I don't think I can actually, you know, gildify this brush, but maybe I can. No. Can I? Should I have done that the last time around? Because I can maybe get on those rocks over here. Or maybe I can use them to climb up. That could also be an option. Not quite. Is there something hidden there that I want to see? Climb up here? No, I can just break my legs. Huh. Great, didn't need them anyway. Why though? I don't know if I'm just stupid and forgot how to get there, or maybe this is a way to get like around, but why would I want to go around? Right. Otherwise we've been through this alleyway. Yep, this is, you know, the bathroom. All the toilets. Nothing here. This one just has some arrows, obviously. Get it that you need my help. Been inside of here. We could talk to that guy again. I don't know if we need like an official confirmation who God is. That is, you know, at fault for the golden rule. But maybe we can just ask him this time around. And maybe there were some, you know, things I could shoot with my bow and arrow. It's a little bit of a pathway. It's just you there. Also, we would need a key.
Come and join me by the fire.
Hey, stranger.
Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name?
You first.
It is best you do not know my name, for merely to speak of my existence in the city above could bring destruction on you all. Tell me, what brings you all the way down here?
I found this place by accident, and I'd rather not say.
Well, in that case, I cannot help you.
Well, I mean, I found it by accident, I guess.
Then perhaps the fates brought you here to learn the secrets of this place. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule?
Not yet. Okay, we need like an explicit confirmation somewhere.
You have much to learn. It's best if you figure it out on your own. Come back once you've made progress.
I mean, we didn't try this option last time.
Then you should speak with your contemporaries in the city above. Ask them about their stories and see if you detect a pattern of some sort. It is best if you come to this realization for yourself. You would never believe me if I told you.
I actually remember we had to talk to the, was it the High Priestess, as well? Also, I still don't know where this door leads. I mean, I can see some dead bodies over there. Can't climb here. I don't see any plants. I could shoot, so... okay.
Ah, you've returned.
No, I have not really returned. I'm just leaving. I kinda... okay, I could have actually taken a shortcut over there, but that's fine. Why am I getting stuck on everything right now? Anyway, I'm just gonna talk to the priestess this time, since she mentioned something about the pattern as well. I'm guessing we can maybe do some things if we talk to her. Since, you know, it's a statue. Probably Greek sculpture of a woman. Clearly this has been a long time here, so let's figure that. Again, getting stuck on weird rocks. I don't know why that is such a problem in that area. Okay, the priestess should be here at the stairs. Well-dressed statue. I mean, the Klaus guy did talk about it. Anyway, let's talk. Figure out what we can figure out.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
How would I go about talking to whichever god is responsible for the Golden Rule?
Well, I suppose we'd first need to figure out which god that is. And I'm afraid even I don't know. Although I have my suspicions. This might sound like a strange question, but please, humor me. How did you find your way here?
A young woman named Karen dragged me out of a river unconscious and sent me in here.
Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you?
Carries negative connotations. We had some other options last time. Carries negative connotations where I'm from.
Why is that?
Because of the memes.
The memes? What are the memes?
Yeah, a meme is a small image you share with other people. They've become a bit like their own language. I mean, this is not quite the origin of the name meme, but, you know, this is an internet meme, I guess.
So, a bit like Egyptian hieroglyphs, then?
I mean, kind of.
So your people make hieroglyphics depicting this accursed character, the one they call Karen. I wonder if... No.
What were you going to say? Oh, come on, spit it out.
I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember and see if you notice any patterns.
You're being a bit coy.
I know. happened to Livia happened to you too.
I'll be careful. Oh, I may have already noticed a pattern.
You have? Then what is it?
Some people mentioned an encounter with a stranger on the riverbank.
Yes, I also had such an encounter. What else?
The memory lapses?
That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. What else?
And the coin. We was this in this game? Like, there are obviously those cultures where you get like a coin. Wait a second. The I'm calling him like a bounty hunter who came in here looking for someone. He also had like one coin, you know, to pay the ferryman and stuff, you know.
Yes, I suppose that could be something. But then most of us do tend to carry coins on our person, don't we? It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. You mentioned earlier, you met a young woman in the forest named Karen, yes?
That's right.
I see. And was this Karen by any chance wearing a hood?
I mean, she was wearing hoodie, but you know, I don't think she had like the hood up.
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths.
I mean, sure, I'll follow,
But
you know.
don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Kinda makes sense. We can follow. That means something else. Golden rule. I mean, we could talk to her, like not her. The crazy lady with the L in the name. I am terrible with names. Livia. I think that was her name. You know. Since we now definitely know a little bit more, but it is definitely, you know, a game where I actually have to go through all the options to actually get more options somewhere else. I can't just, you know, guess my way through it. I mean, kind of. I'm guessing we'll be shown the mosaic in the water again. This is the well. We could use some light. Down there. Yep. Ferry woman, I guess. As of a ferryman. I didn't want to jump into the water, I'm sorry. But yes, definitely here. I mean, it's something at least. Let's get over here and talk without falling into the water.
I've never seen a lamp like that. Praise Apollo.
Sure.
All right, you're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead. Charon, who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means.
This place is the underworld, just as I suspected.
I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
Well then, so, we are dead?
That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know.
Writing some stuff down here. What can you tell me about Sharon?
Oh,
Or
I'm
Karen?
sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks.
Why didn't you all recognize Karen immediately?
To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again.
Right, there's a few people in the underworld is actually an important question, but then again, I still feel like this is some sort of limbo situation, actually.
Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not.
Interesting, interesting. Then we would have to check the coins. But they seem kind of normal, I guess. Like again, we can only check the bounty hunter that comes in here. Were you trying to keep this all from me?
No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help. I promise you.
That's all the questions I had, I guess.
Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
Can't we just escape the way we came in? I mean, we had the story with the ladders, but I still want to have it repeated.
It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried.
Those users seem uncomfortable calling the god of the underworld by his name. Why is that?
All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril.
Tell me more about confronting Pluto head-on.
Is everyone so blunt where you're from?
Kind of, yeah.
That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Hercules couldn't manipulate time or turn organic matter into gold.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered in the same sentence as Hercules one day. But first, you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our divine keeper. If you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again.
I mean, we do have one of those already. We found it at the Christian shrine. I don't know where the other ones are though.
It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place. You'll find them all over Rome, but of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th, a mystery plaque.
Interesting. Where would I find the Greek plaque?
I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. His store is in the forum.
Interesting, Egyptian plaque.
Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room.
That was a weird note. Ask Aurelia about Kabash. Why did that just get crossed out?
I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. But perhaps finding the other 3 will illuminate the way.
Interesting. Tell me more about escaping with the help of Proserpina or a guide.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken with a grain of salt. First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
I mean, that is horrible. So she might be willing to work against him to help us?
If the stories are true, then I suppose so. The problem is, how do we communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels?
I had a female that just whispering to me every now and then.
Truly? And you're only bringing this up now?
I mean, it wasn't that important.
I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say?
It's always the same voice, and she's helpful, if a little cryptic.
Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
I've already found a way to escape, technically. I mean, that's true.
Truly? Then why are you still here?
Because that path will result in the deaths of nearly everyone here, and I don't want that.
Ah, I see. Then it seems you have made a great sacrifice for all of us, friend. I admire your compassion, truly. Thank you. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your only other option will be to confront you-know-who.
Alright, I'm ready to get started, actually.
Alright. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone.
I mean, I would say talking to Livia kind of makes sense.
In any case, time is of the essence, so you'd best begin. May Fortuna guide you. Although you may not need her with Proserpina on your side.
I mean, that's kind of what I want to say. I mean, we don't really need time, you know? So let's get to talking. More talking. Actually, I wanted to talk to the other fella in, you know, the underground. We should be able to do both relatively quickly, right? Wait, it's this temple over here. Quickly. Let's get down here. Should have done that in a different order. Would have been slightly quicker, but hey, we have enough time. I didn't actually measure how long like a full loop is, but it feels like it's close to an hour, maybe. Yeah, at some point I'm gonna probably measure it if it really comes up.
Ah, you've returned.
Yes, I have returned.
Ah, you've returned. I will tell you everything I know, but first...
We talked about this.
I long for, let us find...
Flew to the god of the underworld.
Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue?
Sounds easy enough, I guess.
Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong?
I'm not sure it's a complex question, I would say.
You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult.
I mean, not particularly. I mean, most of the things the one time I stole, it was on accident. I mean, otherwise I don't really struggle with like most of the things. Like normally I limit myself more to the good side of things, I guess.
Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize. And and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, whose version of right and wrong? I mean, we've had, you know, the whole scam situation we've encountered, and that was, you know, according to the Golden Rule, right. And, you know, other things would be considered wrong, probably.
That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
I mean, this is definitely an ethical conundrum, and the sad thing is, obviously, there are right decisions that are not morally right, right? Like, you could have situations that you could make up, right? Like, as a theoretical exercise, where you have to do an immoral act to basically take the right choice, basically. I think, like, the example that, I don't know if this was just my lectures back then, or, like, lectures in general. You have, like, the example of basically aliens come to Earth, basically, and they, you know, basically tell you, hey, they are going to destroy the whole Earth unless you, I don't know, murder a person, for example. But, like, the moral act would be to not murder that person, because killing someone is obviously immoral, right? And you do not have any impact on the actions of the aliens, for example. But the question is, like, is that the right choice? Would you argue that there is, that it's maybe the right choice to kill one person to save, like, a whole planet? And even though it's immoral to do with that action. And I would argue, yeah, probably, I don't know. And there's probably some value between, like, saving everyone and saving no one, where that basically flips that decision if it's right, and if the fact that it is the right action trumps the fact that it is an immoral action. But, you know, not to go into too many ethics here. Let me ask you this, is there a system of morality which is always perfectly correct? I don't think so.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet?
I don't think there's such a thing as correct morality.
So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
I mean, we do need to decide for ourselves to change, like, the customs. The customs are just, and the laws are basically, ideally spoken, just a, well, very common subset of morals and, like, ideas what should be a law that basically everyone can agree on. Ideally, obviously. But I would say we still have to decide for ourselves.
So if a man feels that stoning to death his unfaithful wife is right, then is it right?
I mean, true, that is absurd if you put it like this, and this is also not what I meant by that exactly.
I agree, but why? Didn't you just say right and wrong depends on the individual?
If he feels it's right to kill his wife, then he's confused or sick. I mean, that is definitely one way to put it. But while everyone has to decide, a lot of the moral actions, obviously, you know, I mean, generally, if you're talking about morals, we're obviously talking about the impact to other people, so we also have to take them into account, but we don't really have an option like that. But I would definitely say, I would say the beginning one here.
I see. So you get to decide right from wrong. The people who see things differently are not allowed. What makes you special?
I mean, I would definitely talk about, and then I mean, I do see what he means, but there still isn't, like, a, you know, a setting like that, and I would definitely go for empathy.
Empathy? Yeah. The emotion? Let me ask you this. Imagine you were forced to choose between the death of your beloved spouse and the death of two innocent strangers. Knowing there will be no legal consequences, who would you mark for death?
I mean, I definitely have to say, I did not, going into this game, expect like a philosophical debate. Obviously, there's like a limit to how we can go in here. Hmm, how would I decide? I mean, like, I could obviously pretend to be like objectively, you know, I'm like, oh yes, objectively speaking, there is so much value in a life or something like that. But let's be honest, if I were in such a situation, chances are I would take the strangers instead of the person close to me. But this is how I morally think about it. Or like, this is not even a moral thing, because again, we're talking about marking someone for death, so both of them are immoral. You could argue that two strangers are more immoral, but we are not at an, you know, a moral situation anymore. I'm just gonna go for the two strangers, like thinking this is probably what most people would say.
Of course, everyone would. Our empathy, like a siren song calling us away from our true path, would lure us toward the greater evil. Can such a beguiling thing be a reliable cornerstone for anything, let alone the perfect moral code?
I mean, absolutely not, but what is your point?
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
This is a fair point, I would completely agree.
If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all.
I would agree. Yeah, definitely.
I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
Well, I mean, where can I find Kabash? I mean, this could be Kabash.
I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the shrine of Persephone became the shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans.
I mean, I'm with you so far. I'm guessing Kabash definitely wants things to stay here.
However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription.
How did it get you?
We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail.
What's in there?
There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
That's amazing, actually. So we have even more places to explore now. What's your story?
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story.
I mean, I'm listening.
I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern in an argument with a drunken mercenary. It became heated. He drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
Interesting. Hades, you mean Pluto? I mean, we do not the same, basically, but yeah. Why can't you tell me your name?
I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
Interesting. I mean, that kind of assumes that whatever happens down here has no impact on, like, the Golden Rule, for example, as Hades or Pluto can't see down here.
They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades.
I'm guessing we get a similar answer about Hades knowing about his existence when we check this option.
My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job, and he'd send them after me again.
Interesting. Where's everyone else?
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning, but one by one, my friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
How have you survived down here?
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner.
Fair enough. Let's talk about something else.
As you wish.
What do you think about the Golden Rule?
Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying with me. Ha!
Do you know of a way out of here?
Ha! If I did, would I be living like this?
Fair enough.
I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Alright, I will. So now, about that pathway down here. I wanted to talk about with that one woman, but I guess we don't have the time. So, catacombs? A friend of the philosopher. This must have been one of the philosopher's 11 friends who he outlived. Yeah. Kinda makes sense. Another statue. They continue digging those graves. A friend of the philosopher, but not really, you know, buried properly. Another one. So we've seen 6 already. 7? Wait a second. Gonna count. We have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 already. The 2 missing. 10. That's number 11 though. I don't like this, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, we've actually seen all of them. I don't know why they weren't properly buried, but hey. This is the thing they had found. This seems like more of a dead end, which is why I'm checking here first. Golden statues. Arrows. But you definitely can see me. You're moving your heads again. Seems to be locked from the other side. Just broken, I guess. An older city? Under the city? That is under the city? That is under the city? Well. So quite flooded. Hey, you. I mean, definitely another city. I don't want... Can I actually... Okay, I can actually use hotkeys, which I do like. I just figured that one out a second ago. I wanted to hit you, not, you know, have you dodge. Why are they scraped off? Is that just happening over and over again? That people figure out that you can scrape off part of the gold? I guess so. Okay, 2 is the flashlight. There's so many though. Should stop aiming for the head if I can just, you know, land arrows like this. Well, that's something. Dark sands. Egyptian board game. The board for an Egyptian game called Senet. The rules for which are long forgotten. Egyptian plague. An Egyptian plague which translates to the many shall suffer for the sins of the one. I mean, kind of happened the same. Like a Anubis statue over here. I mean, I guess it's always just the god of death. It's kind of important, which, you know, makes sense. Climb over here. Someone standing there. Where are you trying to climb? Can't really reach me. Just gonna get those shots in while I can. Especially if it's headshots, just because they don't waste as many arrows. Well then. We certainly are making some progress here. You're moving. I am just looking around. Maybe you can find something cool. Maybe some special coins, you know? Special loot. But at least some arrows would be amazing. Anyone wiggling? The music is changing. I need to probably up the volume on my end a little bit. Just buried in sand over here. And you're just standing there. I mean, you're not a statue at least. But you've just been standing here for a few weeks, I guess. Hey, my friend.
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you?
I mean, hey, I am Yelef. Who are you?
I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greek or Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors,
Not quite. Do I look Greek or Roman to you? I don't think we should start off by talking about the plague.
Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want?
I'm just... Okay, this is the only option that I have.
To what end?
I want to return to the obelisk.
That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
I mean, thanks, that was easier than I thought. Drag it around. This one's a very hairy plaque. We have to actually move our mouse multiple times to turn it around. A plaque bearing the hieroglyphic inscription Osiris, Lord of Silence. Taking it. Thanks.
Now, as for the other plaque.
The fourth plaque, do you know about it?
Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was.
May I have it?
You may not.
I thought so.
I am about to destroy it.
Why though?
Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie.
How so?
I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is?
I mean, it's kind of the Duat, I guess? The Egyptian, I want to say the Egyptian underworld.
Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story. And here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers. But instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew.
I can see why you'd be unhappy with the Greeks and the Romans.
I am glad to hear it, which brings me to this other fourth plaque. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more.
What does the inscription say?
You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name.
Please, I mean, none of these options are great. I kind of need that plaque, and I'm guessing I will have to reset the time loop doing that if I use force. And we are definitely in an area where there are like a lot of golden statues still, so, you know, that doesn't sound too fun. I mean, we could plead and try it once at least, you know, maybe?
You are too late.
I guess we are too late. Thought so. Now I'm going to have to go in after it, I guess. I wish you hadn't done that.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
I mean, I will find a way back up, but first I have some questions for you.
If it will help you to see reason, then ask.
We asked. Oh, what is down there is the question. I thought it was asking about down here, but we already found that. What's your story?
I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria, the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. I gathered terrified locals into my boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kirti, and at the time, I simply thought him odd. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the Book of the Dead.
I mean, what do you think is down there?
I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit, the devourer of souls. All I know is it would be unwise to venture down there.
That just makes me even want to go there even more.
Is everyone so contrary where you are from? Do not even consider it.
What do you think about the Golden Rule? I mean, we have to ask, you know, why we're here.
I think if someone is to break the Golden Rule, it will not be me. For I try to live as I always have by the command of the goddess Ma'at. Do to the doer to make him do. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand why it has long been said among my people that gold is the skin of the gods.
Fair enough. No way out of here?
This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people. If our ways are to be remembered, it falls to me.
I mean, I will be going now, but this is definitely a position to take.
Good. Be gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there. I see it in your eyes.
I mean, I definitely said it so definitely.
You would plunge into the depths of the Duat with no way back up. Madness.
I'll find a way back up.
We shall see.
I mean, this is definitely a way down. You're just living here, camping. I'm always wondering how people get through here without, you know, getting attacked by all the statues. But hey.
Beware the children of Amit.
I mean, I will be, hopefully. Give me a plaque. Sumerian plaque. A plaque bearing a uniform inscription. Nergal the Fierce One. Fine. We did find that one. And, you know, going another layer down. We found a plaque, so meaning that if we find a way to reset the time loop again, we can definitely, you know, place all those plaques again. Hopefully there's no one there. But there definitely will be. I still don't know how... we do know that on the upper level, you know, the golden skin has to be scraped off for the statues to basically come back alive, if you wanna call it that. I don't know why it happens here. Maybe somebody tried the same thing. Big rock. Why is there... Is that just a glitch or is there like wind coming through? I would expect a large round boulder which appears to have rolled into the wall, smashing it open and causing water to flow out. Oh, it's a bit of a water stream maybe? I don't know what. Okay, now it looks like water, okay. So it's slowly filling. Ancient stone tablet. Stranger, heed the final words of Namkuzu. Bear witness to our aftermath and lament us. We did our best to live as the gods commanded. We planted and harvested together. We shared bread and beer. We accepted newcomers with open arms as a family. But with each newcomer the bonds of our family strained, and soon we were strangers to each other. And when those bonds were finally broken, my brothers and sisters planted only for themselves and ate and drank alone. And it was there, in the empty space between us, that sin took root. Nergal's sentinels have awoken and clamor at our barricades. Learn from our mistakes, I guess. Well, wait, could only leave it, yeah. No, wait, I can actually take it. I mean, just in case. I do like looting stuff, you know? Some statues that are looking around. Can't go further. There's an invisible wall. Stop being creepy. Spears in the water? What's that? Crowded. I mean... Gonna go over there, wait for the stone to roll over. Well... More water. Is it rising? If it is, then probably just slightly. But we definitely know that we are underwater here. Except for those walls stopping it. Well, I mean... It's like the crowded brass plate. Thought I saw something moving. With Sumerian markings on it. It appears to be a pressure plate of some kind of trap. I mean, I did notice that. There are like a lot of those spears and barricades. In a rounded set of barricades. It looks like these Sumerians were trying to defend themselves from something. I really hope that like the loop doesn't end when I'm down here. I don't know how time works. Like in general, obviously, but you know. Afraid of something there. Do like that I've not been attacked in some time. But it also makes me nervous because I feel like something is going to run at me in a second. Any second now. Another trap. More barricades. I'm gonna avoid the trapdoor for now. I kinda wanna press it, but you know. It's this rock there. Yeah, look at it. Not really. We would at least know where to go. It's the trap over there. Someone's just standing. Can't go over here. This is just where the rock is going to end up. I'm just gonna leave that rock for now. This is really creepy, this person over here. Nothing wiggling. There's certainly another trap. Little spears in the water.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That was a promise. You will die here.
Are you on the top of there? I don't know. There's no need for this violence. Get out of my way. You'll be the one who dies here. I mean, there's no need for endless violence.
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege, but you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true god of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed?
Just hear me out.
Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
If something can be destroyed by the truth, it deserves to be destroyed by the truth. There's no shame in building on the works of people who came before you. I am just trying to replace all the plagues taken from the desecrated obelisk. It's one of the others, probably more, you know. I mean, this is the truth. But he probably doesn't care about the obelisk being desecrated. There's no shame in building on the works of people who came before you. I mean, this is definitely true. You should always iterate, you know. If something works, sometimes you can improve it. Sometimes you can just change it, you know. Sometimes, you know, it just changes. If something can be destroyed by truth, I would say the second one.
That may be true of many things, but this is different. If our gods were copied and corrupted from an older civilization, does that not mean they are false? Does that not mean our prayers to our gods all fell on deaf ears because we were not even addressing them by their true names?
I mean, this isn't quite it. I actually wanted to say, you know, sometimes they just change names, you know, they're still the same name, you know. If gods exist, isn't it possible that each of them have more than one true name, you know, changing them over time? It wouldn't have made any difference. I don't think the gods answer anyone's prayers. I feel like the second one is, or like this option is probably slightly better.
Now that I think about it, my people would sometimes call Osiris the god of many names. Perhaps it is so. But the underworld of my people is so different to this one, and so unlike the way it was described by our priests. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience?
I mean, it's true, you would blame the priests, not me. That is kind of true, you know, that they changed it for obedience, but Isn't being a good person a worthwhile pursuit in and of itself? Would I shift blame? Or would I spin it a good direction? I feel like I would spin it in a good direction.
I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly.
Even if your beliefs about the afterlife weren't quite accurate, isn't the important thing they motivated you to live good lives? If you were only good in your life because you expected a reward, were you really a good person? I wouldn't... I mean... That's certainly something.
Now you insult me and all of my ancestors.
Should have taken the other one, but hey.
Sealed your own fate.
Actually, I have an idea, but hey. If you attack me, you will break the golden rule, that's true.
Good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I kind of want to figure out where... Oh, I can run up here. I was actually kind of confused where I saw that guy. Can I just climb up here, please? I have no idea. He must have been behind me, but I have no idea where he was. Well, I mean... This is the way out? It's so hard to see, since I only have like 10 HP left. If you can, you know, like 10%, I guess. I'm slowly healing, but I'm guessing... Yeah, I have to reach Sentius. Can I talk to my friend over here? He also ran away. What happened? I mean, I can at least heal here, because it seems kind of safe. I mean... It's kind of weird. Again, I'm gonna wait for like a few more seconds until I'm mostly full life again. And use that chance to drink something. You should also do that, you know? Hydrate. You know, we are all plants and stuff. Well then, I'm almost full life again. I think. No wait, it's a full circle, it's not just a 3/4 circle. I mean, it definitely takes some time, I mean, if you look at it, just slowly regenerating. But we can probably, you know, make our way out right now. And hopefully, you know, survive. I mean, there aren't too many golden statues in our way now. I mean, that's a lie, there are tons of them. I'm gonna quick save here. I don't know where I would... Okay, there's loading zone anyway. Because we have to go through the whole market. And then reach the temple at the very end. I mean, yeah, run side to side, don't let you get hit, I guess. I mean, this path is actually quicker. Even if there's one of them. There's another one. And you're still blocking the way, and I do not like that. I would have liked some more money. Ouch. Should be able to survive slightly longer. Well done. We do have the plaque though. That means we have at least 2 of them, unless I missed one that I picked up. No, wait, we have 3 now. And which one am I missing? We have the Roman one. Talking about Pluto, the father of riches. We have the ancient stone tablet, it's not the right one. The Sumerian, the Egyptian. And then... didn't the quest mention something about talking to a Greek person? You know what, I'm not gonna fix the whole slave situation this time. because I have limited money. Yeah, we can do that like one more time, almost 2 times, but maybe don't do it this time.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator and lost?
I'm sorry. We've had this conversation before. Areas, we had that one. No problem, see you later. You know what? We can talk about this another time. I'm gonna talk to... not Aurelia.
I love your clothes.
Where is... Oh no, wait, she is up here in the beginning, right? Yeah. Talking to you.
Turns.
Hey, Livia. How you doing?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls. But it does not notice the crowds that come.
Figured it out. I know where we are.
Say it. Speak its name.
The underworld.
Then it is true. I was right.
You were.
I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
I mean, no, we have some time, you know?
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, and still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
I mean, we talked. I don't know if there... Another fact. We can... lead resolve Pandora's box. I mean, we could actually look at quests for once. Because we have point of origin is always the time paradox. It's cool. Herculean task, all for stolen plaques. We are still missing one. Virtuous man. Get Galerius selected. And he said if Meleus drops out, then we can do that. We have to get him, you know, popular. The sinner. Oh, this is the Virgil situation and the Greek plague. Georgius, the city's only Greek resident. I mean, you know, you can absolutely do that. For some reason, I had to double check because I thought I just misread one of the names, but no, those are just 2 different people. She will guide me, maybe, but hey, who was it? Not you, right? You're Virgil.
Greetings and
Hey.
salutations.
Let's talk.
Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst. We must stick together, you and I. My friend, your words intrigue me more and more. But yes, very well. Ask me what you will.
Do you know where I might find a Greek plague?
And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? Because I am Greek. Let me tell you something about Greeks and Romans. My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must mean Georgius. Good Roman name. They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us, but call him Jupiter. They take Hades and call him Pluto, Persephone, Proserpina. I am flattered that they copy our ideas, but why must they change the names? Do they want credit for making it all up? Do they want to forget where it came from? At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up, and I become Georgius the Roman. I accept the world is Roman now. Plus, I have no hair left to pull. But my point is this. If you want to know who stole an old Greek name, look no further than the sticky-fingered Romans. The plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek relics by none other than Dully. He cannot help it. Like a typical Roman, he likes shiny things, especially those that once belonged to my people. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say, let him keep it. I believe he still has it with him, in his cell, just opposite the Temple of Demeter.
I mean,
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
that's a positive outlook to just say, hey, let him keep it. I mean, to be fair, he's also, you know, kind of lost.
Hello?
Yeah, let's talk.
Hello. Have we met before?
I mean, kind of. What a Greek plague in your cell.
Do you like it? It's shiny, innit? It makes me happy just looking at it.
May I please have it? Maybe trade it?
But if I gave it to you, then I wouldn't have it anymore, and I'd be sad.
I mean, we could plead and say it's really important, but we can also just offer trading it, you know?
Well, if you get me out of here, then I wouldn't need it anymore because I'd already be happy. Then you could have it, and you'd be happy too.
There's no way Sanchez will release you, but perhaps if we had a new magistrate.
Like Galerius. He's nice. I like Galerius. He made me a doll and everything.
So all I need to do is persuade everyone to vote for Galerius.
Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Then you can have my plaque and everyone will be happy.
That's fair enough. What do you think about the golden rule, by the way? I don't think we've talked about that yet.
Gold? You mean treasure?
Let's talk about your treasure, I guess. I guess the golden rule is a bit too complex here.
My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then, he died. It was very sad. He said, if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find him. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns, but when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me, except my friend Galerius and Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
Fair enough. Does that mean that he just has the key to get out of here? Do you know of a way out of here?
You're going to let me out of here?
I mean,
Really?
not quite. That's not what I said. I asked if you know a way out of here.
Please. I hate it here. It makes me very sad.
Oh, never mind. Where are we going now? I kinda wanna figure out then how to get our friend here elected, because that seems to be the only way we can progress, because we need all the plaques. We definitely know that getting be votes of... Oh, we can get that money over here. There are 2 votes that should be quite easy to get. And I mean, I don't know if I am allowed to vote. Could definitely convince some people. But first we have to get the other, you know, the other one who wants to get into office out of the way. Have I been going this way before? I feel like I might have, but I'm, you know, very forgetful sometimes. This one just leads around here. Okay. Doesn't seem too complex. Yeah, let's just to that tower over here. Another chest. Money. Always collect all the money, don't forget it. I don't know if we... Wait, we just started a new loop. Obviously, we have not taken the stuff out of the chests up here. So, let's try that for now. Right, it's a 4 key. It's easier to just use the hotkeys, so I don't confuse myself. Because obviously I still have like the other bow. And we have a lot of arrows still, so I don't actually mind getting some coins like this. What else can we do though? We'd have to figure some stuff out. We can't actually, you know, save people here. We have to do it in the other order because otherwise he will still jump. We can't help out here. We can try to help. I forgot her name. The girl in the Assistant's Escape. Wait, this is the right path here. Kind of, at least. That should work. But let's. Wait, there's a graffiti. I missed that one. Read 10 different graffitis. To survive, we must all be kind. Corrected to, we must all be wise. Corrected to, we must all be obedient. And finally corrected to, we must all be something. Kind of makes sense that you still don't know what you have to do. It's not particularly clear. I might have to repeat that quest at some point. Because I want to figure out why... Why is that here? It's so confusing me because, again, I don't feel like I can climb up here. It's too far up. I don't know, I would need like a step ladder or something to at least reach that lower platform. And over there doesn't seem to be anything else. Just kind of confusing if you ask me. Where else could we go though? Yeah, find you. Not helped you though. We can't actually enter here because that one guy has the key to that lock and we don't like that. Wait a second, I just, you know, completely forgot what I wanted to do. I obviously wanted to go back to the water and try to save that girl this time.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
I mean, it is an impressive bow. You are completely right. Yeah, Demetrius, we have... Oh, Demetrius, not with an R. Not really, no. Skipping that. Give me the bow. We actually know what to do. And making some progress here. Yes. Have your relief, that's fine. Let me get the coins and... Can't talk to her father, obviously. But now that we've figured some new things out, we can at least climb up here. Already pre-gilded all. Ladder climbing still a thing that exists, so climb up here, and now this time I'm gonna save her. Hey, you.
You. Who are you?
Nobody sent me.
You're here.
We've had this conversation before.
What? God, oh my God.
I'm sorry, but if I let you go, everyone else is going to die.
No. You can't just leave me here.
I mean, why couldn't I say something else? Not heartless, just rational. Your escape isn't worth the life of everyone here. I mean, we talked to Sanchez before, it didn't work. I've changed my mind, I will let you go. Forget the others, let's get out of here. Don't know what's going to happen. Might be like I've heard that there are multiple endings. Maybe this is one of them.
Oh,
so,
thank you.
if we can escape.
Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
This would definitely be an ending if she gets to kill him, because obviously, you know,
where is she?
You're human garbage, you know that. I mean, he definitely is that. I mean, we already kind of started this conversation already.
So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
So you asked me to figure out who was going to break the golden rule, knowing I would fail every time. You knew there was a way out and even locked up your own daughter to keep it secret. Why? You're going to die a painful death for this. I told you I was going to break you. And we do know the first one.
Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow?
I mean, yeah, kind of. I probably could, but I'm going to let her have this one.
Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
Just burning him.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
I guess this is a time paradox for one of them. Since he was never able to, you know, get us back here. Can talk to Al, okay. This is one ending apparently, I guess. Certainly not the best one.
Hi there.
Hi, Wolf.
Gave me a bit of a fray. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Alworth, I came in here to find you.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I'm Gilif. I was hoping you'd be who I am. Wait. I was hoping you'd know who I am. Okay, fair enough.
Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
Actually, that was me.
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago? I'm not sure I understand.
When I first arrived here in the present day, I found your corpse hanging from a noose.
I'm sorry, come again?
I guess time paradoxes are kind of weird, yeah. I still have the suicide note you carved into this tablet here.
Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar?
I mean, it's yours.
I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles. This is disturbing. But I don't understand how I could have written it.
It was written by a different version of you. I changed the past and your fate.
I'm not following.
I helped Scintilla kill the man who opened the time portal and drew you back in time, preventing it from ever happening.
So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this.
Now you're getting it. I mean, basically, time is, you know, wobbly timey-wimey and stuff, you know?
I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in.
Enough talk. How about we get out of this place?
Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Santilla used, if we can find it.
Interesting. It's right here in the system. Follow me. I mean, it's just here. Again, I feel like this is definitely one ending. This one's probably locked. Yeah, at least I can't go through there. Kind of want to check this one out a little bit more. Maybe find something hidden. This is where she was. Okay. Just wanted to check. We can't go down there. This is golden. Still golden, right? Yeah, kind of. Kind of hard to see. Well then, I guess we will just leave now. And see what is at the end of this path. Just an ending. Oh. Where? How? That was a weird teleportation. I mean, I guess we just left through here now, and now we can go where? I mean, we can go to the very beginning again. It's kind of nice and bright out, I like that. You're boarding it up already?
Pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple.
Good idea.
You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
I feel like this is, I mean, this is obviously not the best ending. We already know that. There's definitely like a true ending where you fix all the problems at once. So I'm guessing a good old ferryman is just going to, or ferrywoman I guess, will just tell us to, you know, go back or something, or it's the end. We should have been better. I don't know. But we certainly saved someone. Hello, hello.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
I found him. He will be here in a moment.
Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I mean, I discovered your real name's Karen with a CH, or was it Kathy? I mean, it already changed.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
I mean, there are a few of them, like, for example, am I really actually dead? And why am I the one who was sent back into the past, you know?
You can just call me Caroline, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
What truth is that?
That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead.
How did I die?
Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
Did L punch me? I don't know.
As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene. and you followed a few hours later. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Karen's Opal by some, and so it was my duty to bring you here.
What is so special about these coins specifically?
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans bearing their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here.
I mean, why though?
That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible, in light of the path you have chosen. I am just his servant, doing his bidding. Only now, I find myself bereft of purpose. You see, the coins on you and Al were the last of the 1,000 in existence. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
I mean, this is always a great question to ask if you can just, you know, revive.
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago. Supposedly, the city was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant with the help of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it. Here, take a look.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Well, something else to loot, I guess, but I feel like this is kind of the end of the game, so I don't know why we pick up that tablet.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Alright, ferry us home. Reach ending 2 of 4. Okay, there are 4 endings. Good to know. This is very early into it. I don't know. How many might have survived if you confronted the god of the underworld? Kinda makes sense. I have a theory what the first ending is. I will definitely try to get all of the endings over time, because this was certainly not what I want to do. I just saw the option I want to try. I will go through the entire credits at the last time, like when I'm finishing the whole game. I definitely want to get like the best ending here. I am definitely invested enough to continue. There's obviously just the option to, you know, shoot our captor, you know, with nobody saved. You're weeping. Okay. I'm ending over here. I'm not gonna talk to you this time. Not really much of a reason to do so, you know. I'm sorry. Gonna have to save you another time. My idea is I could technically just shoot the guy, you know? Because that sounds like, since, you know, we had like those branching paths and this is the second one. I'm guessing if I... Where is he though? This is the other guy, right? We haven't really talked in so long, but you know. You're here. I wanted to aim an arrow, you know?
If you kill me, we all die. And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you again, meaning you'll have created a paradox. You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. So if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be an impossibility. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here, and you'll never be able to undo it. Is that what you want? Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
The many shall suffer
Don't you?
for the sins of the one.
Do I actually have to kill you? Yes. I have to kill you properly. I can't just use the golden bow. I just wanted to make sure that this is how it works. I know it's going to take some time now. But we probably can skip some of the dialogue. Oh. We're somewhere else now.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Hi, Worf. I came in here to find you.
Here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
No, I'm just scared of.
That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with the same name. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina and murdered a local magistrate, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said that the voice of a furious god rang out, and the ground trembled and statues sprang to life, firing arrows at the city's inhabitants. Apparently, as the citizens screamed and died in pain, the stranger just vanished in a flash of light.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't me.
I didn't for one moment think it was, but the way you say that makes me wonder. I mean, how many people with that name could there be in this place? I don't understand how you could have been here 2,000 years ago.
You know. Okay, the rest of the conversation seems to talk about the time loop again.
I'm sorry.
Suicide note, could show it. I'm gonna skip through a little bit of things if it seems to be basically the same. Here's the man.
So you're saying?
Now you're getting it. We had the same thing. Seems like we're both gonna die here. I made a mistake, I guess.
Mistake? You murdered a man in cold blood, and now there's a city full of dead people. It's only a matter of time before we join them.
I guess all those old Latin inscriptions were right. Pro peccata unius multis dolabunt. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Okay, we don't even... True, because we don't know about the escape. Right? I mean, basically, but this is the shortest ending, which kind of makes sense. And we don't actually talk to Karen again, so... We can skip that one, though. I just had to test it, right? It was obviously not the right choice, can I? Okay, now I can skip. It's just the first few seconds that you cannot skip. But now we can return to actually playing the normal game, you know? Well, now I wanna talk to our friend Galerius. And maybe figure out how to, you know, get him to... Wait, no, we don't want to talk to Galerius. Ouch. I did not want to do this. I mean, you know, that's not what I wanted to do. I just wanted to land in the water, not slightly next to the water. Ladders are kind of weird in this game. I complained about it before. Same obviously goes for this is falling too far. You know what? I'm just gonna do it properly and not, you know, jump forwards there, but instead jump to the side. It's, you know, it's going to be annoying because of all the vines, but otherwise it should be fine. Get rid of the bow and jump like this. Downwards, slowly. Okay. Now we should be fine. And visit our friend if we can find him quickly. No, wait, we don't wanna... Again, we don't wanna visit him. We want to go on top of the villa and... oh, wait, we don't have to. We can just go in here. Malleus, we can talk to you.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty tribute, so you must have been desperate to see me. Well, what do you want?
So yeah, Kintios? Oh wait, this is the one that was searched by the bounty hunter. Just being quiet.
My name is Marcus Malleolus Gurgis. You seem to have confused me with someone else.
You have one green eye and one blue eye, just like the description of this execution order from Emperor Nero.
You mean my heterochromia? I am guilty of nothing more than having different colored eyes. And I'm hardly the only person with the condition. Alexander the Great had it too, as it happens. I like to think it is simply the way the gods have chosen to mark a natural-born ruler. Nothing more.
Apparently, Quintus also suffers from delusion of grandeur.
Well, I am not suffering from any delusions, as today's election will firmly establish.
I can't prove it's you, but I will.
Unlikely, because it simply isn't true. Now, was there something else you wanted?
Okay, this is probably the easiest way to get him out of the race, if we basically figure out how we can find out that he is actually the person who was, that they were searching for. Because then he might get too scared to actually run, and then we can get our friends into office, and most people probably just want some change. And, you know, that might very much help. Appears just lost love, may God watch over you, please. No, we already had that one. No, the whole servant thingy. I don't know if talking to his wife does too much here, but you know, it can't hurt. We have not been here in quite some time to, you know, bother her. Hey, Claudia. Just want to talk.
I'm not supposed to be in here.
Can we talk?
What business could you possibly have with me?
How would you like some help getting back at Malleus?
An intriguing proposition. Go on.
I don't think he's who he says he is.
Perhaps you're not as silly as those clothes make you look. What makes you say that?
We do have the note. It's just a hunch. I hope we could figure out his true identity together.
You know, I may have the very thing you're looking for. Some time ago, when he still cared for me, he wrote me a love letter. Only, he used the wrong name. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of among philandering Romans. But in this case, the name he got wrong was his own. I confronted him about it, and he stammered through some incoherent response. I let it go, eventually, and yet questions have lingered in the back of my mind ever since. But wait a minute. Why exactly are you helping me?
I mean, we could be kind of charming, you know? and try that one. I don't think talking about the election is the smartest thing at this moment.
Oh, aren't you charming? I'm quite sure my husband would seethe with impotent rage if he overheard you say that. I love it. It seems our interests are aligned. I imagine knowing his true identity will give me the leverage I need to manage him appropriately. But first, I need you to do something for me.
What do you want?
I want you to bring me some wine. Just one small urn should do it. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know this must be hard for you to wrap your sweet little pleb head around. So what do you need me to spell out?
Why can't you get it yourself? Why do you want wine? I mean, both of them kinda, you know. Sometimes people will just wanna drink, I guess, but I feel like there's a special reason. Good thing we have some wine on us, so.
Let me tell you something about Malleolus. He talks a lot about freedom, but what he doesn't tell you is that he means freedom for men. After all I've done for him, counseling him through his entire election campaign, and he had the audacity to lock me in here. He said it was for my own good, and that my drinking was unbecoming of a lady, let alone the wife of a magistrate. I'll show him unbecoming. Tonight, at his victory party, I'm going to get good and merry, and if he tries to discipline me again, I'll threaten to expose his true identity in front of everyone.
That's fair.
I am so looking forward to it.
Well, why can't you get it yourself? I mean, I have just unlocked the door for you, but, you know.
You mean, aside from the fact that I'm locked in this room, and Domitius is right outside the villa, because there's barely any left in the city. In fact, there's only one small urn, as far as I'm aware. And getting it won't be easy.
That's all the question I had. Didn't I pick up like multiple wine bottles already?
So, you'll help me?
I have some wine right here, you know.
Thank you. Here's the letter.
That's an easy way to do that, so, you know. Letter from Quintius. Love letter with Malleolus accidentally acknowledges his name. For times I had the thought of being trapped here for the rest of my life, but then I met you and discovered that as long as I am with you, I'm exactly where I should be. Mere words cannot express my affection for you, and so I will perform a grand gesture in your honor. I will become the city magistrate, so that I may govern with the wisdom and strength with you by my side. I mean, perfect.
Now, perhaps you can tell me who Quinctius really is.
According to his bounty letter from Emperor Nero, he's the person who started the fires in Rome last year.
He's... Oh no. That's... quite a lot more serious than I imagined. I only wanted some leverage over him, not to destroy him. Give me that immediately. Nobody else must know.
I mean, you know, I will hang on to it though, because even if she threatens me, I actually kind of want to restart the loop then, so.
What? No. You tricked me, you mendacious little stirkers.
I mean, I didn't lie to you. You know, you just didn't ask.
It was a lie of omission. You were planning this all along and you deliberately concealed it. May Jupiter cut you down.
I mean, you know, something similar happened with like your two slaves, so, you know.
Curse you. I curse your life and mind and memory. May you be unable to walk or eat or drink. May this drag you to the depths. This is outrageous.
Well done. I'm gonna try this now. Just gonna figure out if this is completely enough just to tell him that I have the letter.
What is it now?
This one. I do have a letter. The description. This is not enough.
That's quite all right. I trust you.
That's kind of sad. That I thought I have the letter. I don't... Do I have to talk to someone else about it? I mean, you are dealing with the votes, right?
That's quite an impressive bow. A new face. Ave, and may
We
Vesta
talked about this. Question about escaping the underworld? No, that's not important.
eye on things, Horatius?
I don't know why
Any news about Scintilla, Navia, or Kabash?
No sign of
Am I supposed to talk to Sanchez about this?
So you survived the system.
Wait, it's over there.
Probably just a stroke of fortuna.
Let's talk. Yes, citizen.
I told you to get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
Wow. It's rude. Wait, did we... Which conversation did we have this time? That you are now mad at me?
I thought I told you to get
Is it
out.
because of something I did in the previous loops? It's kind of weird. Normally, I thought I could just talk to you still.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla.
Horatius? Okay, maybe. Who are you going to vote for?
Not that it's any of your business, but my loyalty is and always will be with Sentius. See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery, and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change.
Can I help?
I appreciate the thought, but you're new here, and I just can't see how you could make an impact in the time between now and the election this afternoon. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings. Alright?
Did I just miss an option? Am I just blind? Probably. Not the status of the election, I missed that one.
Completed by dusk. It'll be. Why do you?
I'd like to nominate Galerius.
I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always been that he won't run unless Malleolus withdraws. It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only ever run if it was absolutely necessary to make sure Sentius wasn't re-elected. So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elected magistrate, you'd need to persuade Malleolus to withdraw somehow.
Who's allowed to vote?
All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course.
Can I vote then?
Well, you're not a citizen yet, so no, I'm afraid not. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election.
I mean, such as? I'm guessing just talk to people?
By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course.
Let's talk about something else.
See you again soon,
I mean, technically I could maybe send that hunter over. I'm just seeing what's going to happen, since I know who it is.
Help! You have to do something.
We had that one. I get red on it.
Thank you.
And do not go into that area over there, that's fine. Just don't do it, because I know that it's, you know, structurally not quite sound. Now we go over there, we can maybe lead them over to where it is. Just want to know what happens. I'm guessing it's just going to break the golden rule.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
I do know where Quinctius is. Yes, he's right in the villa, right at the end of this road. He goes by Malleolus now.
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you live for now, but you'd best make sure our paths don't cross again.
Let's just see what's happened. You know, something's going to happen. Just gonna let him through. I'm guessing there's going to be a fight that breaks out and then I have to leave again. I mean, I can talk. He seems kind of busy, I guess. Okay, fair enough. Anything else I want to do while we are at it? I always wondered what happens if... Small warning. Beware Shrine Maker Labs at any moment. I kind of want to know what happens if I... You know what? Saving. Kind of want to know what happens if I just go in there. I know that other people can't. Yeah. Plunk. Well, I mean, this is a way to go in there. Good thing I did a safety save. Just takes a few seconds before I can see something. Just walking around. That's probably nothing I can get over here. I could go to the left side and get some coins. I don't know if I picked those up this time around. And then I have to be prepared to run. Because obviously the guy is going to break the golden rule just by threatening some death and violence. Oh wait, I was here already. Okay. I guess then next run. You're groaning, it's okay. So I wanna see what's happening here.
That's quite
All
an
weapons
impressive
that have been
bird.
tossed into the chasm.
You
Magistrate's
want to
orders.
get to Malleolus? You go through me.
Then go through you, I shall.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
What? Somebody got turned into gold. I mean, just strafing around. Hey you, you're busy. Maybe. Can't talk. Well then, unless I can... Yeah, I still can't really enter that one. Not easily at least. And it was quite some effort the last time, so I'm just gonna skip that chest once again. And return for the time loop. Okay, this time I'm going to try to fix as much as I can. Yeah, I have around 4,000, 5,000 denarius already, which is great. So, let's talk.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who
We had that one already. This is probably escape number 3, but I don't know. I'm gonna try this one.
What? That's a big ask. But something tells me you're not kidding. All right, I'm gonna stick my neck out and believe you. But I doubt I'll be able to gather more than a handful of people.
Still something. I'm gonna try, this is probably the third, you know, the third route I can go. And I'm just gonna go down here again. He's gonna gather as many people as possible, and I'm guessing once I'm in the conversation over here, I, you know, can at least save some people. You know, I would never... Fair enough. I will still do that. You know? I'm just gonna ignore all the warnings. Get down here. Get rid of you. That was a short one. And now we climb up. We probably can't save enough people here, but again, it's probably route number 3. And it's better than nothing. That was slightly shorter than usual, but hey, it worked out. Now let's get you to safety.
Who are you?
Nobody sent me. We've had this conversation before. I've told Galerius to lead everyone here when the golden rule is broken so they can escape too.
How did you know? Wait, Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
You do that. I feel like we had that conversation before, so some of the solutions should be marked so we at least can do a proper one.
Do with Scintilla. Where is she?
You're human garbage, you know that?
That is how it's going to be. Oh well, so you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
You're going to die a painful death, I guess? No, I said I was going to break him.
Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow?
I mean, I probably could, but she can also do that.
Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
I don't actually know what exactly she's doing there. Let me be completely honest here. But hey, it's working somehow.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. The others should be right behind us. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Another time paradox, yay! Let's find her.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Well, here I am.
I was hoping you'd know who I am.
Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law. It said the attack caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, Scintilla and a handful of other citizens managed to escape, while the stranger disappeared in a flash of light.
I mean, that was kind of me.
What? You're saying...
Okay, I'm guessing...
Let me see that. God,
this might not be a different ending, though.
Around and around and this...
Time
So you're
portal.
saying, I guess... Maybe we...
Escape in the system. I'm guessing this is the same ending as before. It's just slightly better. I don't know if it counts as a new ending. I still am confused where actually I am leaving this place, because it's not through that door, I would say. Maybe it is. Okay, let's go to the river. I don't know if this counts as the exact same ending. If it does, then it was kind of a waste of time, which is sad, but hey.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment.
Good idea.
Go on.
Then we can talk again. But basically this ending just requires you to have talked to her once, and then you can technically do it all the time in every loop afterwards.
You're back.
And we can probably skip a lot of stuff. We can talk about the underground city. We didn't do that last time.
Really? Sounds amazing. And did you... Ow! It's so good to see you.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. And there was a tablet. Supposedly, the city was my new friend here. I know how crazy...
Maybe not that crazy.
How could you...
She left a tablet of her own. I think here.
Is the tablet different?
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but Octavia, Lucretia, Horatius, Equitia and I will never forget you, or what you did for us. It pains us that so many of our dear friends were not so fortunate, including Ulpius and Galerius, who heroically tried to rescue Dooley, but never made it back. But there is no point dwelling on what might have been. All we can do is take this gift you've given us and try to show others the same compassion you showed us. We promise you that saving our lives was not for nothing. Scintilla et al.
I mean, slightly different. Taking that.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted.
Sounds good to me.
And you?
Yes, very or so. This is ending 3. Okay, this is actually a different ending. Even though it's basically the same. Okay, now we have to work towards the true ending. Which is, you know, probably going to be a little bit more work, but I feel like we are actually getting somewhat close. I just need to kind of figure out how to make one guy drop out of the election. And then I feel like we can probably convince most people to not vote for the current magistrate. So, continue. And it always saves here, which is kind of annoying. But hey, we can kind of deal with it. Don't know if that means that good old friend still doesn't talk to us. Could be. I'm gonna try it. You know. Because otherwise I don't quite know how to convince...
So you survived the system.
Yes, we did. You're probably still in the top floor. Can we talk? Or do you just want me God again?
I thought I told you to get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
You don't even want to know, you know, how to save people and stuff.
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it.
I mean, basically. I think I'm still kind of wet here, but, you know. Okay, let me try this again. Wait a second, there's another graffiti. Sensuous and malleus, same excrement, different smell. I mean, kind of. I did definitely see that one before, and I have never tried it. Doesn't do anything for me though. I mean, it's a way to get in if you don't have the key, I guess. Guess so. Also means that this is not broken. Hey, let's talk.
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve.
This is kind of weird.
No more
Getting ignored like this.
walk on, eggshells. Yes.
Are you only going to start, stop talking once somebody jumps? Or do I have to unlock the doors? Because last time I could talk, but maybe that was later in this cycle? You know, sometimes I'm just kind of confused. Oh, wait, this is still, the previous cycle. Okay, how about this? I'm gonna steal something. I don't know what I want to steal, though. Like a chest with like a lot of money here that I can just, you know, rummage through. 160, it's okay. Breaking the law.
Many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
So you can run around. Since technically we have not started a new cycle after, you know, the previous ending. Or before the previous ending, I guess. Time loops, they're fun. So I'm gonna start a new cycle like this and try again. I genuinely do not know why this is working like this currently. It's kind of bugged. Okay, just gonna stand here. Being prepared. Hey, you. Enjoying your time? Ooh. Well then. Okay, this time I'm going to try to save as many people as I can. We technically have like 2 attempts-ish, because again it costs us like 2,000 denarii to try. Hey, let's talk. But again, skipping parts of it. Some things have to be taken care of. Somebody's dying. give them the purse.
How did you...
So I can do all of this as long as I've done it before. That's amazing. Stop you from entering the shrine. Help Rufus. That's okay. Run as fast as you can. Well, I guess I didn't have to do a lot of stuff then. I'm gonna talk to some people. I don't know. I've already told the stranger to go there to death, basically. Okay, I'm gonna try to talk to our friend once again. Maybe this time I can actually talk. I don't know why that was broken. I mean, we did find her. I don't know if I can talk to him and tell him, you know, what an asset his boss is, but hey. Are you just throwing me out again?
I thought I told you.
Yes. Okay, we can never talk to him again. This is important. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, let's talk about your asset of a boss. Wait,
All
here.
weapons are to be tossed into the chasm. Magistrate's orders. What is
I get it. I can't talk to you about...
I went around asking the same questions when I first arrived. Never did find a way out. But I learned how to accept my situation. To bear trials with a calm mind robs misfortune of its strength and burden. That's from Seneca the Younger, if you're interested.
Can I tell about the magistrate?
He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic. Lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that.
That's kind of true, but I'll be going now, I guess. How do I get this guy to drop out of the race? I mean, our friend isn't jumping anymore. So maybe you've stopped now? Can I talk to you now? Why are you busy? Do I just have to go here later? I might have to go here later, I guess. You know, I just know that this is kind of a threat, but I do not know why I can't combine it.
My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. You're a good man, Galerius.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
I also really like because since we give him all the jobs, everyone is going to think that he is the one helping out, not I as the weird stranger, you know. Since I can't be voted for anyway, so, you know.
Good news, Ulpius. Here's enough money to pay off your and Julia's debts to Malleolus.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. Here, take it.
We're going to be free. Galerius, thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and sort this out immediately.
You are still busy, probably giving people some, you know, some antidotes.
Citizen.
Have we been here before? Not really. A shrine. Some money. I should remember all the money places. This is just a bottle. Wait. Oh yeah, they're already in the temple talking.
Welcome.
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot
That's
in that
great that you're talking about that.
What? Shiny. How?
Shiny bow, I get it.
Welcome. Need something?
Have we actually talked? We've never talked.
Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. Late last night, I was cleaning my oven when I heard some noises outside. The forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so I came out to see what was going on. To be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around again. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who, it was too dark. I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off without a word.
All I remember is they ran past a lit torch and the light glinted off something metallic. Armor, I think. So I suppose it could only be one of three people. Horatius, Domitius or Rufius. I hope that helps.
That helps a lot. Horatius, Domitius and Rufius. I mean... That does help a lot. What is your story, by the way?
There's not much to tell. I mostly just bake bread and try to help out where I can.
How did you end up here?
I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. Terrible timing. My pa had just arranged a husband for me. A fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down with an awful fever. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius, a white rooster, then a goat. But nothing worked. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. Clean air in the countryside would do me good, they said. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I was getting worse, not better. I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep, because when I opened them again, I was in a forest by a river. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to catch what I had either. Anyway, I went searching for help, stumbled across the trapdoor temple, and here I am.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but that is actually interesting because most people died in the fire in Rome, and she died a month earlier.
It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. Lots of people here need it more than I do.
What do you think about the Golden Rule? Just, you know...
Oh, I try not to worry about it. I mean, if people are nice to each other, we won't have anything to worry about, will we?
I mean, basically. I like your optimism. I'm just gonna be positive about it.
Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so white. And your clothes. Oh, I bet my friend Georgius would like to get a look at you. And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about the Golden Rule with you too. He'll be just across the forum in his shop.
Well then, I'll be going now.
Thanks again for taking care of our problem. I won't forget it.
I mean, if it's the archer, it certainly wasn't, you know, me who did it in this timeline, so... We do have some bread. I don't know if we can use that bread at some point. But, you know, do have it. Locked chest, but we certainly can't unlock it, right? Yeah, definitely. More bread and stuff. You've been here. We can get some more arrows. I do like having those. We could go down to the farm. I don't know where he would end up otherwise. Also, we can get some coins from here. We may need them in case, you know, something bad happens. To talk to him, maybe? Since, you know, he's a lot happier, hopefully,
Shalom,
now.
friend.
Shalom, yeah. There we go,
All right,
I guess.
friend. Thanks for the chat.
I mean, this certainly was a chat. Can I see someone down there? No. And where is he? Are you hanging out here somewhere?
Cerberus lifts his dribble head and lets out his
I mean, we can
threefold
quickly...
braying.
You're busy. Okay, we could quickly... Hilarious chest. Certainly not at home. I don't know if he's still busy with all the errands. To be fair, I've given him quite a lot of those. But I still want to get him running in the race already. And maybe he has an idea how to use, you know, some knowledge against them. Or like to get somebody to drop out of the race. Have I not been down there already? Why again those... I mean, there's some eggs, but why? Oh! I'm stupid, I should have shot them. Can I drop them somehow? Goose eggs. I can just drag them. You know, cautionary tales and stuff. Maybe we could have used that with the... I forgot it. The one who really, you know, is the absolute scam of the earth. You know, that guy? I mean, a lot of them are here. That doesn't actually narrow it down that much. Certainly not here. I'm gonna try that next loop, maybe? Alternatively, maybe they are just worth a lot of gold then, you know? To someone. If we really need some gold, we had that old scroll already. You know, I'm just running around, kind of wasting time, I guess. Okay, let's talk to the potential candidates once more. Otherwise, I don't really know what to do or how to fix my current situation. Yeah, I could try that with the goose eggs, but I would have to restart everything. I'm back in here. Maybe you're done now? You're done now, okay.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a...
I want you to withdraw from the election.
Are you in... Why would I...
Because I know you're Quintius. Your wife gave... okay, this time we can actually talk about this. And Nero wants your dead.
So... It finally caught up with me. I suppose that makes you... What? One of Nero's assassins?
No, I'm not, fortunately for you, I mean.
So, you're not going to kill me?
Not if you withdraw from the election immediately and release everyone in debt bondage to you. That's nice, I mean. We don't even have to talk about that stuff here.
So much work for nothing. If I do it, you'll let me live?
I mean, I will.
Fine. Ruling this cesspit of a city would have been beneath me anyway. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal. There. You got what you wanted. Now, please, leave my villa and never speak to me again.
Can do. And now I only need to find our actual friend here, you know? Where would he hang out around this time? You're busy because you still have to talk. You're going to withdraw, you're going to inform Nicritia.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm.
I know that you want all those weapons to be tossed, but where? Hilarious. Oh, you're on the farm now. I don't know if I missed him before, but, you know, certainly can see him now. He seems busy. Just looking over there. I can kind of hear the voice lines in the back, I guess. Just gonna go over there again. That's surprising. Okay, yeah, I mean, we can probably let people know. Maybe you can even hear something about the conversation still. You're now running around.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all.
That's very nice. The problem is, even getting him re-elect, or like getting a new election done now, technically the current magistrate could just break the law, you know, the golden rule, whenever, and send me back into the time loop. We can talk now.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible that you've just arrived here and you already know everyone and exactly what's about to happen to them?
You'd never believe me, I would say. I don't feel like I need to talk about that.
Oh, come on. I just did as you asked. The least you can do is level with me. I'll keep it between us. I promise.
I guess I'm reliving the days over and over again.
You're toying with me, right? Wait, you're not kidding, are you? That's the only way you could have known. You're a bit like... Oh, what was his name? Sisyphus. Yeah, that's the one. Old King Sisyphus.
Kind of. I mean, I made a joke about that one with the boulder there, but how so, I guess?
Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. For daring to think he could outsmart the gods, he was given a terrible punishment. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill. Only, just as it reached the top, it would roll all the way back down to the bottom, forcing him to start over and over and over again, for all eternity. Just like you. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree he could never quite reach. The Pleiades had to keep fetching water in a sieve. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round forever. But, on the bright side, at least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were.
Should he figure it out? Go on.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself into this position, friend, but you seem all right to me. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing whatever I can to help you. And you just focus on finding a way to break the cycle you're in.
Believe a word they tell you.
Somebody just said something from behind, but hey. I mean, you're a good man, Galerius.
Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Although, it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
How nice, but I actually wanted to talk to you some more about some certain election. Yeah, just rotate around
Salve
again.
again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind?
Ever thought about running for magistrate yourself?
I've bounced the idea around once or twice, mainly as a way of getting Dooley set free. God knows Sentius is never going to do it. But from what I hear, Malleolus has the election stitched up. Nobody's going to take him on and win. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected, he'll release Dooley from his cell. And that's good enough for me.
I mean, he did withdraw from the election just now.
He did? Oh, that was unexpected. I wonder what could have possessed him to do that. Well, I guess it's time for me to step up then. I'll let Equitia know I'll be running.
Perfect.
All right, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
I mean, you know, we actually found a way, but we would like for more people to live. Like, I, for some reason, feel like having shot, like, if we had shot those eggs, it would have probably helped him in the election. I don't know why, but it just feels like one of those things that, you know, could have happened. But hey, I don't know, it would have been kind of funny at least. Okay, how do we get people to vote for our friend though? We can just talk to people, right?
A golden bow. Just feeling alright?
Yes, I'm kind of feeling alright. You're not talking about the election. Can we talk about the leader?
Sure.
EU leader?
What do you want to know?
I mean, we don't actually have to talk about that then. That's fine.
That's a shame. Thanks.
Let's get to you. If you're not here anymore. Well, that's something. I mean, you're feeling better, so maybe we can talk about the election.
Rufius, better watch your step.
Who are you going to vote for?
Galerius. Sorted out my rheumatism. For the first time in a long time, I'm not in constant pain. Good man.
That's perfect.
Fine.
I guess the people he has already helped out are going to vote for him quite easily.
Greetings and salutations.
How about you?
Greetings. I'm Georgius.
We talked about this before. Who are you going to vote for?
Galerius. Did you know he saved the life of my young friend Fabia? The man is...
That's perfect. So we actually probably don't have to have a lot of people here. Maybe you, Virgil? I don't know if he's going to vote for him. But hey, let's talk.
A new face. I hear we have.
We've talked about this before. Who are you going to vote for?
Well, Cynthia seems to know what he's doing. Nobody's broke.
Anything I can do to change that? Probably
My
not.
vote isn't for.
So I would probably still have to figure out who is,
Nice to talk to
you know, doing that stuff. It would be one of the people in armor. And like, okay, this is like metagaming here. I'm guessing it's Mr. Gladiator over here. Because we kind of need to figure, you know, we have to convince Virgil otherwise. I'm just gonna, you know, I'm gonna try it. Now, are you the one threatening Virgil?
Do I seem like anonymous threats to my style?
That's, to be fair, but you know.
Whatever.
Those are like the two things. I guess not. I mean, I could threaten Rufius or Horatius. There aren't really that many people.
What now?
I can just ask, you know.
What? Absolutely not. I know someone's been threatening him, and I'm not happy about it. But I can assure you, it isn't me.
Fair enough. I'm just gonna keep it for now. You know, sometimes you just have to try. You're going to vote for.
Not that it's any of your business.
Yeah, with Sentius still. I guess my metagaming didn't work out. I guess there aren't too many. We could also talk to Rufius, was it? But then again, a talk. Are you going to vote? You're probably going to vote, right?
Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. Galerius just saved my life. Was there something you wanted? Lucretia says I'm supposed to rest.
I guess you're not going to be voting. Well, then I'm gonna be going now. It's fine. You're hanging out there. Can just be one of those three, so.
You again.
Yeah, you're the one threatening Virgil. I don't think we actually get any information.
No idea what you're talking about?
We could bluff. I mean, I could say fair enough, but we could also bluff, you know, we have some time. Let's just keep it that way. You know, sometimes games are nice enough to just, you know, give you an answer there, but I guess we actually have to use our brains here and figure that one out. I don't know how we would easily do that, though. Left the old chest, getting some money, just in case I need more next loop. We could wait for the election to happen. That's not quite what I want, though. But we do have quite some votes already on our side. Maybe that's actually enough. I don't know if we need to actually do, like, I'm gonna call it like 100% of everything to progress. We will figure that one out at the end. I need to talk to our friend over here.
Hello. Have we met before?
Not directly. But we can't really...
Do you like it?
I mean, may I have it? For something really important? Nah, okay. I guess we... so all I need to do is persuade everyone to vote for Galerius.
Yeah, Galerius would...
Where are we going now? Okay. Is there something else we can still do? Otherwise, I've been streaming for over 3 hours already. I might have to take a short break here. We've already looted that chest. Like, I've definitely made so much progress, I kind of want to continue. So, I would only take a break, at, if anything. But first, there are still some places I can explore. I remember seeing that one. I think there was like a chest on top. Maybe a lot of money? A lot of money. Okay, so it's actually not that hard to try the whole 2000 denarii each time route, so, you know. I don't know if there's any other gold we can quickly get. Just gonna look around, look at that wonderful wheel over here. I mean, there was something mentioned. We can also get the other bag of coins that's like next to the villa. Just checking if I've missed anything. Because we're also only missing one singular plaque. Wait, there was money in here. Another bottle of wine. We can just leave that. We don't actually need that one. Nothing new in here. Obviously, I mean, we've been here a few times already. We could talk to her though. Another vase. This is just our way into the shrine once more. I mean, we could check out that shrine again. I don't know if we've missed anything in there. Probably not, but you know. If we figure out who is the other Christian in here, maybe. I mean, I'm not gonna throw any accusations around here, but you know, maybe. Stone carving? Stone carving with a symbol of a fish. I think we missed this one though. Might be religious in nature. I mean, sure. We definitely saw a few other ones over here. I don't even know what this cage is about. It's kind of weird that it's here. Stone disc. Circular stone disc. Again, religious in nature. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Just some stuff to look around. We do have the key already. Don't need it anymore. There's some bread that can be taken. Okay, I thought I just saw some writing. Is anyone I have to talk to still? I don't actually know if anyone down here is still planning to vote. I mean, maybe. We can at least talk again.
Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not.
We had that conversation already. Don't waste your breath. I know you're a horrible person. I mean, you can just accuse her. I mean, she definitely is one.
How dare you?
Well, that's rude. We probably can't.
Do us all a favor and drink hemlock, cap at murder.
I mean, I would, but it's like really expensive, so I will not. Let the buyer beware. That's fine. Just gonna be rude to rude people, you know.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the water, but it.
We had that one already.
Saved.
Just making sure you are happy.
I thought I had to tell. He give.
We had that one. We can skip that one.
I understand. And now we share a secret.
We had that conversation though. I'm just wanna be nice for everything here. Just some water. Just in case it matters. Virgil's chest is just Virgil. Fair enough. Heck.
Wow.
The miss.
Isn't that a big long bow?
Tavern chest, there's just money in there, okay.
You stay away from my money.
I mean, I can't really take it, you know. Key to the chest, I cannot. I don't really want to do that this time around, but if my plan fails, I will probably have to steal that key to look in here and figure some stuff out if it's important. Maybe, you know, something to blackmail people with, you know. Horatius chest. Been here before though, and there's nothing too suspicious in here. Just a spoon? stone carving. I mean, a phallic charm thought by the Romans to have divine protective properties. I mean, I guess. Another stone. Who's that? That's Rufus. I mean, definitely, you know, definitely a Christian symbol here. I don't know if this is enough. Incomplete note. This is your final warning, sinner. I'm sorry, Rufus, but I guess I still have to talk to you now. We figured it out. At least we can talk to Virgil. Persuade Rufus to stop at least. I mean, we can threaten him to tell everyone that we know about his, you know, preferred shrine, I guess. I don't know if you want to hear about it first. Just gonna talk to you. No, it doesn't actually. I mean, it was a great talk, by the way. I guess I have to find Rufus now.
Don't you just love springtime?
It's fine, you know. There are worse times. Rufus tends to hang around over here-ish. Well then. Let's see if he's actually hanging out over here. He's not, and we definitely cleared that chest already, right? Yeah, we did. Can I figure out where he is currently? Yeah, we can. Okay, I should do that sometimes just because all the NPCs are obviously moving around. And it makes it a lot easier to just find them. I mean, I do appreciate not having to rely on map markers and stuff, but sometimes it's just kind of convenient. Well then, let's talk.
You again.
You again. You're the one threatening Virgil.
No idea what you're talking about?
I mean, I know it was you. I found an incomplete letter to him in your quarters.
Look, I haven't been at my best lately. I know that. It's the rheumatism. It starts with constant pain in all your joints. Then the pain starts to mess with your head. Makes you angry, mean. I know that's not an excuse for how I acted. But it's the truth. But with the willow bark, I'm already starting to feel like myself again. I'll leave him alone from now on. It's not as if I was ever going to hurt him anyway. I was just lashing out. I'm going to go and clean up the graffiti. Just forget this ever happened. Will you?
I mean, it's the only option, but I feel like there's more of an issue underlying there, right? But hey, this is probably at least a start, you know? I hope maybe now you can think about the election and, you know...
It's a great temple on the bluff, and I think whatever is in there, it has to be important.
I kind of want to reach whatever is inside there, so yeah. Don't worry about the threats, it's Rufus and he's never going to hurt you.
What demon or spirit told you about that?
I found an incomplete note in his house.
You went snooping in his place? That was risky. We're lucky you didn't cross any lines. Have you spoken to him about it?
Yes, and he won't be bothering you anymore.
Really? How did you manage that?
I found a treatment for his rheumatism, which was making him agitated and compounding some other personal issues.
Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person's head. Well done for figuring that out.
Happy to help. I think he wants to help clean up his graffiti too.
Really? That's promising. I'll keep an eye out for him.
That's perfect.
Nice to talk to you.
And any... What quests are left then? Virtuous man. Figure out how to get Galerius elected. The Greek plague. We need both of those. We can't, you know, it's basically just waiting around now. This one we need all 4 plagues and we need a Greek plague for that one. And we probably will create a time paradox at some point, so, you know. Well, I guess this has been rather productive. So I'm gonna pause the game here and, you know, give you all a break from my yapping for a second. I am also going to take a short break, get some more water, you know, stretch my legs and stuff. I've been sitting here cross-legged for like 4 hours. So, you know, enjoy your break. I'll be seeing you in 5 minutes. So, just, you know, be waiting and stuff. And also get some water. Seriously, hydrate. Well then, I hope you enjoyed your break and we can return to the game. Yeah, definitely needed to stretch my legs there. Well, there's actually nothing more to do. Just kind of impressive, you know? That might actually be all. I get that you want to try and help me. So now I don't actually know what to do with me in my life, you know? It's just... I don't know how long it takes. If there is like a way to speed up the election. If anyone could do that, we may have to talk to our dear priestess somewhere. Did we do that body already? I mean, not quite, but mostly. Where would she be at this time of the day? Because we've definitely looted that chest over here. Just making my rounds again, just making sure. You are getting ready?
Springtime.
I mean, kind of. Just want to check what you're doing.
Again, my Sisyphean friend. Oh, and I'm in the running for magistrate. Feeling kind of nervous, but I'm hoping it'll all be worth it when I order Dooley's release. I just hope I'll have the votes I need. Now, what's on your mind?
Guess I can just go.
Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
So, from what I remember, there were around 9 people voting last time. Like 8 voted, you know, against the current magistrate, which is, you know, to be expected and shouldn't really affect them. The question is how many of those will, you know, switch to the newcomer here. And I genuinely do not know, so it might take like 1 or 2 more loops. But I wouldn't know, you know, what quests to do to change that. Maybe you just should talk to some more people here. I mean, yeah, the priestess. I've been looking for you.
A new face, Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
Can I ask you some questions about escaping the underworld? I mean, we could ask again.
I beg your pardon?
Livia was right, we're in the underworld.
Oh my. That is quite a lot to take in. You'll have to give me a moment. Let's see. If that is indeed the case, I suppose we'd better figure out what to do about it, hadn't we? We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules.
I mean, you can skip that, we kind of figured that one out.
And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit god. So it seems you have 2 options. To confront the god of the underworld head on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. May Fortuna guide you.
So my theory currently is we will change the votes, we will get the plaque, we can then... Because there wasn't an option to start the vote now, right? I didn't miss that one. The status of the election?
It must be completed by dusk. Just it'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Galerius, the challenger. Why do you ask?
Can we start the election now? Would be a good question. But what's your role in the election, by the way? I feel like I should have asked that before. I mean, I kind of know it, but you know.
I'm responsible for announcing it and making sure the procedures are followed.
Can we start the election now?
As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk. But I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason.
Holding it early may prevent conflict between the voters, it's true.
Yes. I have overheard some rather unpleasant arguments. The last thing we need here is additional conflict. Very well. I'll get things started right away.
I mean, this is a lot better than waiting till the evening, I guess. I get it, you can't move. Well then. Let's see how this election is going to look like.
It is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Well then, slowly walk over to the theater. But again, we don't actually have any open quests, so it's unlikely that we can change the outcome any further. So let's hope this all works out. And then we still have to, you know, even if we end the golden rule basically, and let's say we have like another loop, we should still have the election again, you know, which to be fair wouldn't be like too hard that time around, since we have all the money we need and stuff, you know. Hey buddy, doing great over there. You're also enjoying your time, kind of. Imagine getting shot like this. Yeah. Gonna stand closer to like the priestess and stuff so we can actually hear her better. You're just floating? Okay. Stop floating. Perfect. I'm guessing there's still some missing because I felt like there were more people voting last time. But I guess that gladiator guy isn't here. I don't like that he's floating all the time. Wow. You okay?
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helva. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
Sentius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. But it seems we have a draw. In the absence of a clear consensus, Sentius shall continue as acting magistrate until a new election is held, 1 month from today.
My fellow citizens, today you have sent me a message, and I want you to know I have heard it loud and clear. I vow to spend the next month winning back your trust. Thank you for this opportunity, and may the gods watch over you.
You and your rival, whatever your name is, you're responsible for this, aren't you? Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election.
Shut up and let the magistrate speak.
Malleolus is gonna be magistrate by the end of the day.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Just stay out of our way, and we won't have a problem.
Wait, I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies. It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is. A children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Well, I mean, I guess there's still one thing missing. We need that good old gladiator over there. You know, to change his opinion or something. Well, I guess it wasn't as easy as I thought. But then again, like the true ending, like we've seen how far the paths were apart when we've beaten the first 3 of them. So I would have been surprised if it had just been, you know, that. Super Looper, loop through time 10 times. Cool. I still have like a lot of money, so we can still repeat all of it. Main goal
Salve,
completed.
friend. Mind telling...
That's okay. A little busy now. I would say no. I would say you need to do some things. We can also do that. You know, that's perfect. We don't actually have to do anything ourselves.
Alright.
Willowbark and treat him, then he will settle down. That's great.
Poor Virgil. Poor Rufius too, I guess. Alright, got it.
We can probably change the vote with that. I wasn't sure if... I didn't pay attention if he voted for Sensuous still, so... and this... This is important, actually. So we don't actually have to... That's perfect.
Stop Fabia going in, but send the new arrival to the empty shrine. Understood.
Meliodas, you know his real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and that Nero sends his regards, then tell him to withdraw from the election and release his bondsman. So we don't actually have to pay, which is even better.
What? Are you... You're serious, aren't you? I doubt Domitius will let me talk to him, but I'll make sure he passes on the message.
That's it. Now go as fast as you can, and then I can start you.
I'll need you to tell me how you know all of this.
Yeah, I will let you know, but first, zip line over here. Thanks for the zip line, by the way. And then we can also do the thing that I've wanted to do, and this is shoot some eggs. And then we can maybe get this election going. You can't move. If I shoot those eggs... Do I want those? Examine. These look valuable. Do I want to keep those? Where would I need those? I'm just gonna leave them for now. Maybe, you know, leave them as a present. You know, the good old golden goose. Otherwise I could see... Wait a second. Did... I forgot his name. The awful person, like one of the awful people. I really don't know. Did he vote for the current magistrate? Because if he did, we can maybe convince him with some golden goose eggs. But we can still talk.
Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glorious bow you're carrying. Do you mind if I ask where you acquired it?
You'd never believe me if I told you.
Well, I'll take your word for it. But perhaps you'd be interested in selling it to me. I mean, it's not as if you have any use for it down here.
It's not for sale.
Well, let me know if you change your mind. But for now, can I help you with something?
Where are you going to vote for? Someone just died in the background.
I mean, Sentius couldn't even keep his daughter safe. What hope does he have of protecting us?
Let's talk about something else. I'm guessing we can buy his vote later, and maybe those golden goose eggs can be used for that. But I'm gonna leave them for now, just for this very moment. Are you still busy? You're still busy. You're going to talk now?
Salve, Rufius. I hear your rheumatism has you so riled up you've been harassing Virgil.
What? My condition is nobody's business but mine.
There's no need for that. I just wanted to give you this willow bark to help you treat it.
A treatment? Really? Thank God. Finally, some relief after all this time. Thank you, Galerius. You're a good man. And I'll be sure to leave Virgil alone. I know I haven't been at my best lately.
Appreciate that. Now, I've got to run.
Well, I'm gonna just follow you running around until you're done. I wanna figure out what's going to happen here. Kinda getting stopped here, but just kind of.
What now?
I have a message from Malleolus.
Yeah? Who's it from?
The Emperor. He knows Malleolus's real name is Quinctius, thanks to Claudia, and demands he withdraw from the election and release Ulpius and Iulia immediately.
Are you out of your mind, farm boy?
Domitius, That's enough.
What? You're not going to listen to this dolt, are you?
Galerius, all right, I'll withdraw, and Ulpius and Julia are free. I trust our business is concluded?
Yes, that ought to do it. I guess I'll go and tell Ulpius the good news then.
You better do that. Just gonna follow you some more, you know? You're just a stranger following you around. I'm the action guide here.
Good news, Ulpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Julia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Julia immediately.
Yeah, you better run. I don't know if you've already, you know, given her the antidote, but, you know.
Citizen.
Citizen. Mm-hmm. And now? What are you doing? You're still busy?
Julia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
It wasn't for lack of trying. And now Malleolus is going to... Wait. Why do you look so happy?
We're free. Malleolus just released us and we never have to set foot in that villa again.
What? How?
Galerius arranged it somehow.
Really? That's... incredible. Oh, what a relief. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
Well then, you're still just standing around. I want you to run, you know. I mean, you know, both figuratively and actually.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
What? What word? Who am I not supposed to trust?
Galerius. He saved my life.
Fair enough.
Alright,
are we going? That's fair. You're still busy. Just, you know, busy staring over there. Fair enough. As you do. Demetrius is doing something here.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
Okay. You will do that now. Once everyone knows, I'm just gonna ask if there's something to buy that vote, and I'm guessing it's the golden eggs, right?
Malleolus has
You know what, I'm just gonna get them. I don't think there's any reason to just have them laying around. I feel like I'm gonna have to, you know, use them in a second.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Yeah, who is telling them, you know? Just gonna take them now. It's fine. Worst case, I have them, you know, next loop. Let's get over here. Let's get our friend to run in the election. Hello, you.
Salve again, friend. I went and did as you asked, and it worked. How is it possible?
I'm reliving the same day over and over again.
You're a bit like...
Yep, we talked about this. It's exactly the same. Yep.
Anyway, and
that's fair enough. Oh, you're running for magistrate. That's perfect. Even if you don't win, the next election will be here before you know it. I have a feeling you will do great.
That's now. I'm going to keep your secret. Although it's not as if I'll remember this next time we talk anyway, right? Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when
We talked about this, and now I'm gonna talk to that guy. I hate him. I hate him so much. But hey, I have some golden eggs.
One of these statues is worth on the... Hello there, friend. May I say, that is a glory...
Don't care about it. You'll never believe me. It's not for sale. Who are you going to vote for?
Sentius, I suppose.
I'd like you to vote for Galerius.
Yeah? And what's he gonna do for me? He's nothing.
Would a gift change your mind?
Certainly. For a few thousand denarii.
I mean, 3,000, sure.
Pleasure doing business. Can I help you with anything else?
I guess we didn't need those golden eggs if that actually works.
Another time.
Isn't that nice that we have so much money? I really hope you're not gonna screw us up here, you know. Worst case, we can maybe give him the golden egg and be like, hey, you know, you should buy him yourself, you know, and stuff. Anything new you can tell me over here? I'm just checking, otherwise we're gonna...
Down that rope before. Very impressive. And strange, too, since that device you use is exactly the same as one I've been working on for weeks. Oh, of course! It's because I already gave it to you in a previous time loop, isn't it? Anyway, I'm sorry to ask, but is there any chance you'd be willing to do me a favor?
What do you need?
Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spire in the middle of the lake. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over the lake and made this pulley device, only I couldn't quite summon the nerve to use it. Do you think you could use the device again and try to get that flower for me?
Sure, why not? I mean, you know, he's gonna help us.
Oh, thank you. It would help me a lot. There's no rush, just whenever you get a chance.
I get right on it. I don't have any other quests to do.
Alright, see you around.
This flower. So I didn't actually see an option for that before, but I'm guessing I can just, you know, jump off the zipline whenever. Seems like it. I've never tried it though, but you know, can't hurt to try. It's actually quite a fall, but you know, I'm gonna try it. I hope you don't kill me like this. Okay, this kind of worked out. I have to jump a lot earlier before I build up speed. But we have like so much time, technically. I feel like with all that rope, you could have just, you know, gotten more rope and climbed over yourself. I mean, you know, it could have worked. Zipline? Still. You basically have to, you know, stop at the very start. Which is kind of interesting. And yes, I can hear your whispers. I guess we're getting some practice in then. Basically jump off the moment I can. Because I don't actually see another zipline that would be better. Even quicker. Like, it's basically go on the zipline and press space. That's basically a challenge. I don't know if there's like a way to slow down otherwise. Do some more bunny hops. I don't know if it's actually faster, but as always, jumping just feels faster in games. Alright then, try it again. That was too early. Can I just climb up here somehow? Underwater Explorer. Discover underworld icon Sisyphus. Oh. That's weird. Ooh, by the way. Now I know how to reach that one chest. Should have remembered that earlier. Can I just... Can I climb up that algae from down the water? Fine, yeah, perfect. Abandoned chest. Ooh. A lot of stuff. But we still can't really reach that flower over there. It's also not even a shortcut. Great. But hey, again, we have some more attempts before sun goes down. And again, we can skip the time later on. We still have like 2 or 3 minutes in every loop that we just have to wait for our friend to finish his errands. And obviously it's kind of important that he does them. So this is definitely the game you cannot really finish in one singular attempt. No, oh. Okay, I got the flower. Just quickly press E. Well then, you got a flower? That certainly wasn't the easiest task, but I can definitely give you some. Hey Mona, welcome in.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend.
How are you doing?
What's on your mind?
How goes the remembering? I've already in the stream completed the first 3 endings, and I'm basically... I feel like I'm almost done, actually. If I win this election this time, and I paid off the one guy who could make a difference, and since I was not the one who... Like, basically, I got the other guy to drop out of the election, and this time I've made Galerius do that. So no outsider was interfering with the election. I hope this is going to be enough to get Dooley out of his prison, so I get the last plaque, and then I can actually enter the temple. Here's the flower.
You did it! Well done! This is going to make her so happy. Equitia, I mean. Now I just have to figure out how to give it to her. What I really want to do is walk up to her, give her the flower, and confess I've been madly in love with her since the moment we met. But on the other hand, I can't shake the feeling that the consequences could be... terrible.
That's the worst thing that could happen. I mean, worst thing she could do is say no, you know?
You mean, aside from her execution? You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow of chastity, the breaking of which would be an extremely serious affront to the gods and a capital offense. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get buried alive. Oh, and I'd get flogged to death for good measure. But at the same time, she's just so kind and graceful, and I feel so much love for her that if I don't tell her, it'll burn a hole in my chest. I don't know what to do. What do you think? What would you do?
I would absolutely wait one last time loop where I can fix maybe the golden rule situation, you know? If you really love her, you need to get over her. I mean, I kind of want to tell her that he has to tell her how he feels, but maybe after the election, you know? Please, after the election. But then again, you know, I feel, you know, the truth has to come out. Come on, I can't tell him anything else, you know? Worst thing, you know, we have to go through another loop.
Now that I hear you say that out loud, I hear how crazy it is. I think maybe I need to be a bit more cautious.
Well,
what I need is a go-between. Someone who can tell her how I feel and find out how she feels without risking her life. What do you say? Do you think you could help me one more time?
You know what? Maybe that's actually not that terrible, you know? As long as you're realizing it yourself, you know?
Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is give her the flower and tell her it's from a secret admirer. Tell her I'll keep my distance and that I just want her to know that she's loved.
Like high school crush drama. I mean, there's slightly more to it in this situation, but basically, yeah, sure. I mean, that's definitely corny, but come on. He is, you know, best guy over here. Let's just be nice.
Come back as quick as you can and tell me what she says.
I will do that, and afterwards, oh yeah, also I got some golden goose eggs. I thought I would need them to buy off a vote from someone, but I guess not. Maybe I should have just left them laying around, you know? But I wasn't sure. Worst case, it's going to be part of the next loop. And also, I kind of wanna, you know, end the day.
An impressive bow you have there.
Yeah, I know.
Like Diana's.
Impressive bow, I know.
Are they?
I've not talked this loop. Someone wanted to use me to give you this flower.
Oh, how lovely. It just happens to be my favorite, too. Who do I have to thank for this?
I'm supposed to tell you that it's from a secret admirer and that they'll keep their distance. They just want you to know that you're loved.
I see. So, it's from Galerius, then?
You know already?
Of course I do. I think everyone in the city knows. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world.
Mine too.
But he is the least subtle secret admirer you could imagine. The way he looks at me with those puppy dog eyes. Plus, he's been trying for weeks to get his hands on this flower. He went to so much effort too, suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand there each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart.
Well, what a lovable idiot, I guess.
Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. So, if we ever make it out of here, and he doesn't mind waiting a few years, then tell him I love him too.
Oh, that's sweet.
I hope so.
Well then,
See you again soon, I hope.
I'm gonna let him know, and then we can start the election, because, you know, I don't want to wait around. Like, I can actually show you the quests. Those are all the quests that are left. Point of origin. Again, we broke the time... we created the time paradox 3 times already. And we have to get the 4 storm plagues. And for that, we need to get this quest done, and then this quest done. And this is just, you know, a sweet other quest, I guess. Well then, Galerius. My man, I have good news for you. Yeah, he listens with their ears.
Fortune smile on you, brother.
Well, sure.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind?
I delivered that flower to Equisia for you.
Thanks. What did she say?
She knew it was from you. She asked me to tell you that once she turns 36, she's allowed to marry and that she loves you too.
Venus, that is the best news I've ever heard in my life. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. You have no idea how happy you've made me. I wish there was something I could do to thank you properly, but I don't have much to offer you. All I can do is tell you where there's a secret stash of coins you might be interested in.
I mean, I don't actually need anything from him. I have like tons of coins still left, like 2,000 or 3,000 denarii, even after paying 3,000. So I don't care about
Thank you, friend. But I'd feel bad if I didn't tell you anyway. In the rock tunnel near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden huntress statues is blocking the path, and I'm not game to move it. If you can figure out how to get past it, I reckon there might be a small fortune waiting for you. I hope that helps in some way.
So, funny thing about that is, this is basically what I did the first loop today. I got that chest and it's like 5,000 coins or something crazy like that, so, you know.
Alright, friend. Hope you find a way to break that cycle you're in.
Well, I do hope we can break that cycle soon, because I want to get that election done, so we can get your body out of prison. And then I can get that plague that I need to, you know, fix all of this. Well then. Where's Equisia? She's still here. Okay.
Ave again.
Why did that cancel? Status of the election. Can we start the election now?
As I said.
And we want to prevent conflict. Okay.
Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Election starting.
Well then, election starting now. We just have to wait, I guess, and walk over there. I hope you don't betray me again. I hate you so much. Freaking, you know, nobody likes you. I hate you so much. So much, and you are still walking and teleporting, cheating the whole system. Oh, I hate him so much. We are, like, there are some very awful people in here, but I don't know if I hate anyone more than him. Well, maybe the current magistrate. I don't know. It's also quite awful. You know, Maybe even more awful. He doesn't even have like great reasoning in my opinion. Who would want to be stuck in a Groundhog Day for all eternity? And then he's also rude, you know? Just because I found his daughter that he locked up. Ah, I could punch him, you know? Well then, start the election. I hope nobody starts floating again. Like somebody's still missing. Yeah, there were 6 people before. I mean, just because I have the time, let's get that chest again. Before the election properly starts. Yes. So much money. Wait, I have to...
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galeri. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Galerius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
Woo!
What?
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Big fan. Biggest fan. I hate you too. Well then. I need that flag over here. Oh yes. Did we talk already? But hey, I'm just still gonna get it. Hey, can't even talk. I hope I didn't have to talk first, so you know. Well then.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
More stuff.
Hello? I'm Dooley. Magistrate Galerius said I should thank the newcomer. Are you the newcomer?
Hello, Mr. Barr. Yes, that's me.
Oh, it is you. Then, thank you. You're a big helper. I was locked up, but they let me out again. I'm so happy.
You're welcome.
You can have my shiny plaque if you want, and maybe you can help me find my treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me, and he said he always would. But then he died. But before that, he told me if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious.
What was it?
He gave me a key to the cisterns and told me to keep it safe. He said there's something very precious way up high. Please help me find it. Please. I had to keep it a secret until I found someone I could trust.
I mean, we kinda thought that was the case. I thought it was actually the key to the gate there, you know, to get out.
Oh, thank you. Here's the key.
Nice, but we got a key, so we don't have to worry about it anymore. Key to the upper cistern. The upper cistern is below the Great Temple. The entry must be around there somewhere. I found that one multiple times. That it makes you so sad? Me too. I am happy that he's finally free. And we can get that one.
In the cisterns, way up high, Hannibal said. Oh, look over there. Something shiny. Is it treasure? Maybe it is treasure.
I mean, it's freedom.
I can see it for myself.
Give me the plaque, thanks. A plaque bearing the Greek inscription, Hades, Lord of Many. Oh, yes. Well done. This is perfect. We can finally get the... Oh, by the way, I also appreciate that they already changed it to magistrate.
The many shall suffer for the
What just
sins
happened?
of the one.
Who did what? I didn't pay attention to that. Did somebody just, I don't know, you know, threaten someone again? I didn't pay attention. I mean, something must have happened. I'm guessing somebody wasn't quite happy with that, but then again, we can absolutely go on top here. And, you know, probably this guy, I hate him. He probably just wanted to restart the whole day, so just to ruin my day again. Anyway, this loop around, I'm gonna go to the temple. Let me know if I would like to know. Can you just confirm if it was the current magistrate who had the brilliant idea of restarting the day again?
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you
If it's
are?
not, then I'm gonna figure it out at
That
some point.
bow on your back?
I want you to still take care of things. That's okay. I'm just gonna go through all of those.
I'll go.
Go, it's fine. I'm gonna go and check out the temple in a second. Galerius should actually deal with all the other stuff, but it was not the magistrate. Okay, then I'm gonna probably figure it out at some point. Somebody was definitely unhappy with the situation, I guess. And yeah. Unless I ran into somebody, in which case that was just kind of stupid. Well then. I don't know if I have to have that whole talk about getting somebody to not jump up here, since I already talked to our friend, but we might be quite early here. No, we are just early enough. Insert plaque. All of them. All 4 of them. Is this going to... open the gates? Oh yes. Nice temple you got here. Well, not a big fan of this. This part is so cool. Speak the name Hades? Speak. I mean, many of those are fine, I guess. Hades, Lord of Many, the Fierce One. I mean, wouldn't it be Nergal, since it was the original name, or am I missing something here? Do I need to know all the names? Hades, Lord of Many, grant me an audience. Osiris, Lord of Silence, grant me an audience. Really knocking on that door. Pluto, Father of Riches, grant me an audience. I definitely have to know all of the names. Well then, my dear old chap. Hades, how are you doing? So close. I have to repeat. Hades, Lord of Many, grant me an audience. Oh wait, I didn't actually pay attention. I actually have to pay attention to where I am currently. So this is Osiris this time. It was just lucky that I pressed the right one. Just standing around here. This is a very long temple. Osiris, Lord of Silence, grant me an audience. It's exclamation goldfish, but yes. Okay, this is certainly the oldest one. Thanks. Nagal, the fierce one, grant me an audience. Well... Story for the flashbang? Is this some sort of, what's the game called? The Assassin's Creed where we are actually in the future? That's not quite where I was thinking this game would be going. Hieroglyphics, kind of? I mean, maybe Stargate was right about, you know, the whole gods thing. And, you know, it would kind of make sense with the whole thing in the beginning. The Stargate that, you know, brought us back.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You are unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
Mona, if you just try to post a link for some reason or just accidentally like had something connected, I can't actually see that then. I have like links blocked in my channel. I just know that they end up at like 3 of those. Was a clip? That's great. I'm gonna check it out afterwards, or just you can just DM me on Discord, or you know what? I actually have to you know, advertise it all the time. We still have the channel. That's like a clips channel in the server if you want to join that. Anyway, first as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. So I can actually ask some questions, which is amazing. I mean, what's your story? It's like the perfect question that I've asked all the time.
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know?
I mean, he is the god of the underworld. I mean, he is a god. I don't think we have to ask that, but hey. You're a god?
It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful, just as you might seem so to an insect. But despite all that, there are rules even I must obey.
I don't get the whole mixture of technology and underworld yet, but you know, well, you look and sound like a man.
My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords: desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive.
Interesting. May I see your true form?
No. Long ago I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that.
You're big fans of rules, I guess. Which, you know, I do appreciate that you are at least, you know, not abusing that fact, I guess. That somebody trusts you. Who's the woman on your left?
This is my beloved. Like me, she
Oh,
has been
your
known
left,
by
okay.
many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal.
So she's kind of frozen in time. Wow. Wow, rude. I'm sorry that I'm looking at a woman here and not you. I'm very sorry. Who's that on your right?
That is my servant. You would have met by the river,
No.
though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferry. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions.
I think we are done here.
As you wish.
What's this place, by the way?
It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago.
Okay, wager's interesting. What was this wager?
That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law, and you called us gods. For a time you flourished, but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance, this time in our name. My kin had seen enough, and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave it behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us in Elysium. My part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith in you. so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting.
This at least explains why there were those, was it 1,000 coins that were only created for the ferryman, basically. So, you know, I mean, it was kind of random who decided to come here, but we do know about those coins because we had talked about them in a previous ending. But still, I wanna heard about the from the god of the underworld themselves.
To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for, only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persepolis along with it.
I mean, kind of makes sense. It's interesting that you only limited to 1,000 and, you know, don't have like a trial 1,000 years later, you know, when people maybe, you know, maybe have changed. But then again, you know, we had like a conversation about what even is sin earlier today in the stream, so, you know. Who are you, Ken?
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Persephone.
Right then. Who's built the city? I'm guessing you've built it, but hey. How to try to interpret sin is very interesting, to be sure. I mean, definitely.
As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods, and ensured their foundations were forgotten.
That's fair. We've seen a lot of that. It was also interesting, if not a bit frustrating. I mean, you know, would be kind of boring if there was no frustration, right? If everyone was just perfect, there would be, you know. We don't really talk about it because, at least from a narrative perspective, obviously drama is great, and obviously humanity oftentimes goes a lot further than just regular drama that could make it interesting. But a complete, you know, perfect world, I guess, would also not necessarily be interesting. So, you know, so I'm gonna take interesting over, you know, just cutouts of perfection, I guess. Perfection is it not, but humanity and empathy would be nice, maybe compassionate. I mean, yeah, empathy would be very great in general, in compassion. It's kind of hard, but, you know, to see that on a global scale, just because of the distances. It's a lot easier to feel empathy to people you see, you are in contact with, you have seen their faces, than just some basically the statistics on the other side of the world. And it's kind of how it's treated way too often, which isn't great, you know. But I feel like if we go too far into that discussions, I will never continue here. And we will maybe retread a lot of things in those conversations, which would be, you know, maybe kind of annoying, you know. But yeah, we can definitely talk about that after the game. I did have some interesting discussion with the one guy who lives under the city. Like before you go into like the Egyptian city and stuff, where you basically learn about the different layers. That one guy, forgot, he never got a proper name, right? Was just a philosophic hermit or something like that. Not that important though. How did humans learn about the underworld?
It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely. He told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place, in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place, how to get here, and how to escape. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth.
I mean, you know, definitely makes sense that if everyone just knows about the underworld from like a story, that there would be, you know, imperfections in, you know, how it happened and stuff. And yes, I'm talking about that old man in that cave who's just eating fish all the time. But yeah, we kind of talked about like the people who escaped from the stories earlier. Are you responsible for the golden rule?
That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing.
I mean, this is definitely an important question. Why turn them into gold?
That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, a self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets, and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, a that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, as silent golden sentinels.
I mean, this explains some things. It was kind of convenient that Diana left the bow, you know? So responsible for destroying all these lives. I mean, yeah, absolutely horrible. Like, obviously mass punishment never works. I mean, regular punishment is, like, questionable how much it works, you know, so...
I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it.
I have to say, like, the conversations he's, or like the speeches he's giving are sometimes quite long because I want to comment on it, but I can't pause them. But yeah, we have this whole conversation about like, oh yeah, you're not allowed to sin, but what is a sin? Which is why there's a whole thing about the I always forget his name, the guy who jumps off the temple basically. Ulpius. Jumps down and kills himself doing that, and originally I thought it was part of a sin because, you know, the whole idea that suicide is a sin, because we also had the statue of El hanging from the noose. So I originally thought it would also be a sin, but obviously it wasn't. But most people believed it so, you know? And nobody knew it. And like most people had to limit themselves even more, and it kind of makes sense, you know. There's some rules we can just universally agree are, and I say universally, but everyone there just kind of agreed that it wasn't fine. Like for example, stealing or like murdering, obviously sins for everyone. And most people just restricted themselves on their own, basically. Just not just because of the golden rule, because they think this is what you do for to be a decent person, and you're not even interested in like all the things you do from sinning. And then there's me, who accidentally on my first run stole something by accident because I've pressed the wrong button, you know. I didn't even try to sin here, okay? But hey, where did those golden balls come from? I mean, Diana, I guess.
When my kin departed, they left behind many relics, which I inherited. Consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies.
Fair enough. I mean, what do you even consider a sin?
I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold it. Curious, is it not?
I mean, I've always lived my life that way, clearly, you know. That principle is not as easy to apply as it sounds, which is fair enough. And also, it doesn't seem like you've been upholding it either, because, you know, unless you say, you could argue that sinners aren't, like, valued as humans in his view, basically, because it's the only way you could argue that he is, you know, capable of turning everyone into gold, because it is certainly something he wouldn't want to have happen to himself, you know. But hey, then again, he suspended his wife, so, you know.
Enough. You clearly know nothing.
How do you know when people sin?
I'm able to commune with all of the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes.
This is certainly something I theorize, but because there are some places where you can basically steal from people, and as long as you're not seen, that's fine. But it wasn't consistent enough where I could really see who was seeing me at a certain moment, to be sure that it actually worked like that. But it kind of makes sense, you know? Is Proserpina connected to these statues in the same way?
If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask?
No reason, I guess.
Then what an odd question.
I've seen some terrible things that here that you didn't consider sin. How could you let them
Do
happen?
you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example?
I mean, I would say definitely a scam.
Ah, the tavern keeper, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule?
She wouldn't want somebody else to sell her hemlock if she thought she was buying a means of escape.
I disagree. Having watched that tavern keeper, that is precisely what she would expect from others. She would view it as a game, one she intends to win.
So, if you are somebody who is fine with dying, are you allowed to murder? You can't know what she would expect, you're just speculating, I'd say.
Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires us to ask what another person would want if they found themselves in another situation.
Doesn't that make it inherently subjective and unreliable?
Not if we're wise enough to know the mind of man.
And you think you know the minds of other people?
Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want?
I mean, I am right and you know it. You know, I don't know if I should say that here though. Can I quick save in conversations? No, I cannot. I will still say it, you know? I will say it.
Then your desire to be right outweighs your desire to survive. You will make a fine statue.
You know, I had to try it, you know? I mean, great options. Enough talk, I'm going to end this.
Do you really think you can wound me, a god, with that primitive weapon?
I mean, I have a god weapon. I mean, would I threaten something? Let's find out, I guess.
Pathetic. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Just gonna go over there. No. That's the crown. I got the crown. Put us centuries back to the portal. Oh, yes. We can still do time loop stuff. Just gonna run around. Left and right. Are you going to shoot me? Probably. You definitely seem glowy, you know? I'm kind of disappointed I missed some of the conversations, but you know, I am right, and you know, I am always objectively right. We talked about this. Yeah, enjoy your jumping around. You know, doors that just open? How nice. Can I? Use the zip line, yay! Bob and weave, exactly. Wait a second. Zip line! Wow. Favorite person here still helping us out, as always. You're still running? Why are you so slow? My god. Can't believe it, Sentius. Come on. Hop hop. Get to it. I can actually look at my inventory now. What is this crown all about? Wait. Where's the crown? Golden bow, notice. Catacombs? Huh? Weird. I guess I just have it and it's not part of my inventory? Look at that relief. Hey you. Continue whispering. Did you not pick it up? I did pick it up because the quest changed after I picked it up, I think. It would be weird, I definitely pressed the button. Worst case, I'm gonna repeat it all. Run, Heart of Gold. Do this key. I thought so too. Point of origin, okay. Persuade the gods of the underworld to abolish the golden rule. Rewind time and show Pluto you have yeah, this one I have it. Well, I'm still gonna repeat everything else. Just, you know, I am going to get this guy elected still.
Salve, friend.
Yeah, take care of stuff, it's fine. I'm just gonna go through it all. Let's go as fast as you can, and then I'm gonna deal with all the other stuff. I don't know if my decisions in the last loop actually make any changes here, so maybe I can see what I missed last time. I mean, I'm guessing if, you know, the time loop happened like that. I mean, I can definitely use it as a threat now, because I have like all those powers and stuff. This is the only way I understand using a crown currently. You know. But yeah, I can definitely use that chance. Now, get those plaques in. So we're going straight back to Pluto? I mean, there isn't really anything else I can do here. I mean, true, I can go to the systems. I completely forgot that I got the key now. But I've definitely found, what's her name in there already. Because I needed to find her for like all the other endings, so, you know. I should definitely check it out. Now that you remind me. I don't know if I can just leave. Unlock that door. Get in here. Unlock both doors. Weeping. Oh, yes. Hey, you, can I? Still locked. We were just curious. I just wanted to get that quest out of the way. But since I already talked to Santilla before, I don't actually, you know, care that much. I've already seen those endings. And it's probably better to just end the golden rule, so, you know. I mean, it was quite easy by just climbing up, so, you know. Once you have the golden bow. Look at that, it's still here. That's nice. Time to unlock. And to knock. I am... Wait a second. Say nothing. This is... Ah, okay. Now I get it. I was just stupid. Okay, this kind of explains a lot of stuff now. Yeah, Hades. Where we had to figure it out. No, I was kind of confused. I thought in the beginning I just had to get all the options right, because afterwards it's repeated save. But it explains why I was missing one of those. Cyrus, you can go in there. It at least makes sense now. Naga, it's fine. And hey, we've been here before. Can't even jump down here. It's kind of sad. Very fancy though. Yeah, there's no context clues until after you do the first couple doors. I mean, the second one I kind of realized it. Because I didn't have the option to be quiet anymore. Well, yeah.
And here you are.
Here I am.
Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will.
And yeah, I definitely agree with you there. The Roman and Greek ones, generally, they're similar enough that you don't instantly notice the difference. And also, you know, we are already in a Roman area, so the difference isn't, you know, as apparent. So look at this crown.
I would recognize that anywhere, and yet my beloved still wears hers. What is this? How did you come by it?
I took it from her after I killed her in another timeline.
You vile, despicable creature. Why would you do such a thing? And worse still, boast about it.
I could do this all day. And the golden rule, or I will. I mean, you know, that's a threat.
You have put me in an impossible position. If I refuse, you will murder her. And yet, if I agree, I will lose my wager and return to Elysium humiliated and alone.
Well, what's going to be?
I do not see that I have a choice in this. Your treachery and savagery have opened my eyes like nothing I have witnessed in 3,000 years. And now you have shown me your species' true colors. And I see that Proserpina was a fool to have ever believed in you at all. This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this, if I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend.
I mean, we just want to return to the world, let's be honest. We don't really care about Ascension. I mean, this wasn't really part of it that much, right? I mean, kind of, if you're talking about afterlives, but it's not quite about going to Elysium.
Because despicable creatures like you have no place there. My kin would never allow it. The best I can do is return you to the land of the living. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest.
Not make me kill her again. Why?
Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready?
Let's get this over with.
You had best pray our paths never cross again, mortal.
So I'm just gonna be immortal? Perfectly. I'm perfectly fine with that. I know that technically you're still at that point. Well, I guess changing those votes didn't actually matter at all. Oh yes, creating a time paradox. And point of origin, only talk to L. I mean, certainly some progress here.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al.
Elworth, I came in here to find you.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I'm Gilf.
Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule. They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
Sounds a bit far-fetched, you know. We don't actually have to, you know, be that arrogant about it.
I don't know, it reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway, I think I found a way out through the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
I'm right behind you. I mean, that's a way to return. I'm still confused because we only drop into this world every time. I'm also kind of confused. I want to check one thing. And that is achievements. Because there are technically a few of them. I know you can't really see them. I've only unlocked less than 30. 27 I've unlocked. The 7 hidden ones? Interesting. But I don't think they are like related to like the true ending. If you can call it that. I mean, this is definitely the best ending we've had until now. You're going to board that one up. That's great.
I'm going to pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple.
Good idea.
Go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
Time to go back to the river. We've already had like big conversations over there, so, you know. Now then. Hey, Karen.
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al?
I found him. He'll be here in a moment.
Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
I mean... Oh, wait. This one actually changed. Last time it was also only about the name Karen. So I discovered you're not who you said you were. I remember meeting you 2,000 years ago.
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
I mean, maybe we can ask about what actually happened afterwards.
You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time.
What truth is that? Still the death part?
That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead.
How did I die?
Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know?
I mean, to be fair, we actually talked about this. Basically, El jumped, like we were robbed. Like, basically we found some ancient artifacts. We were robbed. El jumped in, tried to help us, but the robbers had weapons and, you know, we died. Both of us. So I suppose not. We can just skip that one.
A wise decision. All you need to know is that you and Al died in possession of a sacred silver coin.
Pluto said that the coins L and I had were the last in existence. What does that mean for you?
It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
Well then. We asked about that one. What's so special about these coins? I don't think I mean, we definitely heard about it, but you know.
Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans bearing their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any coin would do. A long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here.
Yes, Pluto mentioned that my coin was the last in existence. What does it mean for you? We already had that one.
I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course.
I guess so. Can you return us to the land of the living?
I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Alright. Ferry us home. And this is probably the last ending. Ooh, there's actually more. Ooh. Exit. No. Maybe we can actually check out some stuff first. Ah, yes. Ancient Rome, Ancient Greece, Ancient Egypt, and Sumer. Interesting. Kinda makes sense after the solo adventure.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after everything you've been through, I thought you might appreciate some good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius's tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you, I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
Nice. So we get like, you know, the story what happened to all the people. 277 again? No, wait. I'm stupid. It's 12. Wait. That's a weird way to order numbers. 12, 7, 2. 7, 16, 10, 4. I don't know if those numbers are quite important here, but hey, we are basically in the credits, so how about we just check them out? Galerius?
Oh, he is?
You sure?
You're finally here. Remember me?
Galerius, what are you doing here?
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life.
I mean, that's kind of an interesting, sweet ending. I mean, you know. I mean, you're with Critia now. I mean.
I know. I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there.
I mean, I'd love that. Count me in. To be fair, I know them a lot better than they know me, but hey. What are you doing with yourself these days?
Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world.
How many coins did you get? It was good to see you again, though.
Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
I mean, the Oracle, assemble as many people as possible in the museum. Impressive. Oh, hey, Dooley.
Hello, I'm Dooley.
I remember who you are, Dooley.
Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it.
I mean, I guess so. I also didn't like that cage that you were in, so hey, a lot better. I'm sorry you never found your treasure.
Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that. I like my box. Galerius got me a box that tells stories. It's my favourite thing.
I'm glad to see you're happy. What are you doing with yourself these days?
I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth.
Hey, that's great. It's great to see you again.
Bye-bye.
You're here. It's lovely to finally meet you. Galerius told me all about you.
Good to see you too, Equity.
So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable.
It's actually kind of interesting to see if, you know, imagine you're just out of your job because, like, the gods who, while they weren't quite what you may have expected, were canonically real, and they were just like, yeah, you know, you're out of your job now, I don't care about my job anymore, you know? It's kind of interesting. How's Livia?
Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact, she's here somewhere, if you'd like to ask her yourself.
I'll do that. What are you doing with yourself these days?
Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely villa in the countryside with room for a large family, and Dooley too, of course. It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us, for all of us.
I mean, you know, it was the only way to get all the endings, you know? It's good to see you again.
See you at the wedding, I hope.
The relief of Prospania. Archaeologist's Insight. A relief depicting a great circular portal and Proserpina. I still can't pronounce her name correctly. The Roman goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. Her story is a grim one. It's said she was abducted by Pluto and forced into marriage against her will. I mean, then escaping by becoming immortal sounds a lot better, I guess. Terrarium? A small household shrine where ancient Romans offered daily prayers for protection. Look at those guys going into the military, I guess. Horatius?
Hi there, I'm Horatius.
Hi.
I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life, and reuniting Centilla with us as well. So, thank you.
Whatever happened to your buddy, Domitius?
He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC. So he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he made some good coin, killing a bunch of men like that. But his luck finally ran out. And his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword.
You know, I'm always talking about how people are, you know, too much influenced by their environments. I can't even blame him for that.
Perhaps.
I'm sorry you never got to see your girl again.
Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time. But that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever.
I mean, well said.
Thanks.
And what are you doing?
I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new. As Seneca wrote, the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides.
Good words to live by. Good to see you again.
And you. Farewell.
Hey.
Hey, Cynthia.
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming.
Good to see you again.
Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with Sentius after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The important thing is, we'll never see him again.
I mean, what happened to that guy?
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time. Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
I mean, definitely justice, sweet. I mean, this was definitely a choice by him, you know? Like, I'm always talking about, like, your choices and who they make you, but that's, you know... There is a limit to what I can forgive, you know? I'm just wondering, there was the one who was locked up... not locked up, but who locked herself in the other... Was it the temple? The mansion? The old mansion that was falling apart? I probably have a name, so something with an N, I think. I mean, I've definitely written it down, but I can barely read it. It's not that important, I guess. But I'm wondering what happened to her, because we never actually interacted with her outside. And she obviously scraped off all the golden statues. Not Lacrazia or something? No, and wasn't that the one who basically was a stand-in medic? The one you're talking about? Something with L, I remember that name. Lucretia, who was like a medic. This is not the one I'm talking about. I'm talking about the one who locked herself in. And, you know. Well then. Eternal Torment. He did once tell me he wanted to live forever. I mean, he definitely wanted to. So, I mean, that's fair. I know, yeah, I mean, it's just the wrong name. It's not that important. I'm gonna figure it out at some point. So, you know.
Then I suppose he got his wish.
I mean, he talked about, like, he was fine living the same day over and over again and have others, you know, end like that. So, that's probably fine. What are you doing these days?
Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do whatever I please. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
You know what? Originally I thought like, wow, they are so rich, but I'm guessing that normal houses would be considered villas by them, you know? Even like a small house nowadays, right? So they're probably not quite as rich as I've imagined, but still quite wealthy comparatively, you know? Was good to see you again.
You too. See you around.
I mean, for being able to afford Alexa is probably not the biggest thing, so, you know. A helmet. Ancient Roman cavalier helmet with an enclosed face mask and plume made of dyed horsehair. I feel like we've looked at those once before.
Hey.
How about you? Yeah. Lucretia.
Hello
This is the
there.
name. But it's not the one I was talking about.
You are here. It's nice to finally meet you.
Hey.
Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months ago, they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So,
All in a day's work, you know? What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time.
You know what? This is very impressive that you actually managed to get into medical school. Like, I can only like I'm imagining that other universities around the world are also kind of hard to get into. But like, especially like in Germany, if you wanna study medicine, you need to have had like really great grades back in school already, right? Like generally, there's like the rule when you finish your A-level exams at the end of school, if you go to through like one of the educational paths that, for example, I did, then you are basically allowed to study whatever. But there are still certain courses like medicine, for example, where you then still need to have like a certain level of grades, and it's like basically you needed to have like basically straight A's, otherwise you don't get in. And I'm imagining that it's quite similar requirement in the US. But then again, I don't actually know enough about universities in the US, so, you know.
You too. Don't be a stranger.
I mean, we are basically strangers. Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Julia.
You're the Oracle, right?
Yep. Gilif is fine.
Oh, of course. Sorry.
Hi there.
And I never got a chance to thank you for telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation.
I still think it's really funny how I accidentally stole the medicine. Because that was the item I accidentally stole in my first loop. Because I pressed the wrong button. I mean, whatever happened to Malleolus and Claudia?
Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude?
I mean, yeah, Schadenfreude is great. In that situation, but hey, you know, makes sense. There are awful people. That is definitely a fate that kind of makes sense for them. Yeah, I definitely feel like you're allowed to feel that way.
Thank you. You're very kind.
What are you doing with yourself?
Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about.
You know, I'm still very much impressed how they learned English as quickly as they did, because canonically we spoke Latin when we were in the underworld. So I guess this was just like another gift of the gods, if you can call them that. Well, I mean, seeing the world through fresh eyes sounds wonderful.
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day.
Well then, what happened to Aurelia?
Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently, he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck.
You know what? As the Oracle, I foresee terrible disappointment in her future.
Really? Huh. I feel better already. Thank you.
It was good to see you again, Julia.
You too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who live there.
I mean, I'll take you up on that.
I hope so.
To be fair, why am I even expecting that we are in the US? If we're talking about London so much, so I don't actually know where exactly we are in the world currently. I know the game started in Italy, but, you know. Hey, Georges.
Greetings. You must be the legendary Oracle. It is a sincere privilege to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius.
Good to see you too.
I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that, I am most grateful.
What are you doing these days?
I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure-Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won.
I mean, it only took like 2 attempts, you know? Consider me there. It was good to see you again.
You too, my friend.
And you, Fabio.
You're the one we've been waiting for. I'm Fabia.
Hey.
I wanted to say thanks for sending Galerius to save my life. I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure.
You're welcome.
I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night.
What are you doing these days?
Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a time to be alive.
Living the life. So they are definitely more than just a little rich, right? I thought they were wealthy, but if you definitely have enough money for the rest of your life that you don't have to work, you know. Well, I'm glad you're happy. Sounds like a life well spent.
It really is.
It was good to see you again.
You too.
Hey, you.
Greetings.
Oh, we could finally figure out your name.
I take it you're the Oracle everybody's talking about. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
We've met before, though. I wouldn't expect you to remember it.
We have? I'm sorry, I don't remember. In any case, I'm Philip. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century. What a time to be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it.
I mean, what are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do love being around enlightened minds again.
I mean, it definitely sounds like a fun thing to do when you have all the money in the world, you know? I mean, I would do the same. Maybe not in, you know, those levels of academia, because I feel like I would probably go more into some IT fields.
My sincere thanks once again.
But I definitely see the desire to be around people interested in fascinating topics. You're still the most awful person here, right? Hey, Half Shadow Link, welcome in. You're just going to lurk? I mean, I'm basically done with the game. Yeah. Was like the second stream. Officially, this game is supposed to take like around 20 hours, and I finished it in like a little over half, so, you know, great in the time, but hey. Hey, you. I still hate Decius. He is so awful. I hate him so much.
Oh, hello at last. You must be the oracle I've heard so much about. I'm Decius.
Hi, Decius.
Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you.
But anyway, I hope you enjoy your errands or whatever you're doing in the background. But yeah, I will probably finish here soonish, I hope. But I have to admit, I really love this epilogue. It's great. I wish like all games would do something like that. But then again, most games are probably not that type of game where it makes sense. No need to thank me, it was entirely unintended. I would definitely say something different to him.
Such a acerbic wit. I love it.
Well then, what are you doing these days? I don't actually want to know, but you know, why we're here.
I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the oracle and future seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend?
I wouldn't help you even if I could. That's the true answer here.
Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Decius. I won't take no for an answer.
Oh yes. Oh yes, I can lie here. Oh, this is what I was waiting for the entire game. DVD rentals have a bright future. Print media is going to make a huge comeback. Broadcast television is going to be the next big thing. Yeah, DVD rentals, definitely.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can tonight. I'm going to make a bloody fortune.
I'll be going now.
Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
You would have picked the same? Again, I hate this guy so much, and I feel like of all of those, DVDs are probably the worst one. Because print media, there are at least like some things I can see there. And like TV, even though it's like slowly dying out, like comparatively to earlier, there's still a lot of people watching TV, you know? Like even in our house, there's like a TV running like basically the entire time, you know?
Good evening.
So, and like this is something that just happens in a lot of them. Look at this lion statue. A great statue of a lion. I mean, I would have never guessed after seeing that title. Hey, Octavia.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Well then, nice to see you too.
I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it.
Oh, okay. I for some reason completely forgot about her. I had to check my notes which one it was. Yeah, okay, this is Octavia, okay. I remember her now. What are you doing these days?
I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him.
It's kind of funny that I didn't remember her, because I definitely talked to her like a dozen times at least, you know? Whenever she didn't talk somebody down, you know? Well, it sounds like a noble cause. Good on you.
Thank you. That means a lot.
Well, it was great to see you again, I guess.
And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us.
I mean, sure, I'm in.
Wonderful. I'll see you soon.
I mean, I've definitely spent a few days with all of these people, so, can be nice. Olivia.
Greetings.
Good to see you looking well.
Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all.
Hello there.
In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium.
I mean, it's not quite Elysium, but, you know, comparatively, I guess you could see that. Read any good poems lately?
Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence.
I mean, perhaps you are right. I mean, what are you doing with yourself, though?
I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again.
Well then, I hope you make a speedy recovery.
And you. Farewell, friend.
Yes, there's some people over here. There's so many people. Wow. I mean, didn't know that you just, you know, I mean, you were kind of deep in all those cities. But hey.
It is an honor to finally meet you, Oracle.
You know what? I'm gonna just pretend that you didn't try to murder me. So thanks.
You know my name? Oh, of course. You are an Oracle. You know many things. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place, and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous.
I mean, what are you doing with yourself these days? I mean, now that your entire worldview was kind of flipped upside down.
For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun.
Didn't even know that there were 42, but hey, it's certainly one answer to everything, you know? Sounds like you've earned it. I'm just gonna say good luck instead.
Thank you.
Didn't like that murdering part though. It was good to see you again. Kind of.
Thank you, Oracle.
Nay, but certainly, you know, Statue of Anubis. The ancient statue of Anubis, the ancient Egyptian god of mummification and embalming, among other things. I mean, we've definitely seen some of those statues around. And
Hello
you.
there.
Hi, Scintilla.
Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him.
Sounds like he got what he deserved. I mean, we definitely heard about his fate. What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us. If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us. You can try some of our very own wine.
I might just do that. Well, then it was good to see you again, Gabriella.
Thanks. You too.
No, it's good to hear that this all worked out for you two.
It's nice to finally put a face to the name. I'm Ulpius.
Good to see you too.
I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt.
Nah. What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope? And missed out on all of this? So we're living each day to the fullest. And we end them all the same way, sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier.
I'm glad you're happy.
Thank you. I wouldn't be here without you.
Well then, it was good to see you.
You too.
And you too. Rufus and Virgil. Oh.
Nice to meet you.
Good to see you too, Rufus.
I go by Rufus now. New start, new name. Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff.
I mean, you know, it turns out you were right. The statues really were watching us.
Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world. Security cameras and smartphones everywhere. Got to stay vigilant.
Okay, that's, you know, unfortunately true. I mean, you wouldn't even want to know about like how Bluetooth tracks you. Even if you haven't activated it on your phone. That's even worse, probably. What are you doing with yourself these days?
I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern. Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time.
I mean, good to see that, you know, you kind of fixed your attitude there. I mean, it was good to see you again.
You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
And hey, Virgil.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard so much about you.
Good to see you.
I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow.
Good to hear. What are you doing with yourself these days?
I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam. Just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are.
I mean, you know, we are trying our best, I guess. I mean, some of us are trying our best. It was good to see you again.
You too. As Rufus said in his own laconic way, if you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we could do.
I mean, I may take you up on that. That's good to hear. And those were the last ones. I didn't miss anyone, I hope. Would be sad that I did. At least I didn't miss anyone I talked to a lot. Exhibiting all those people here and stuff. Nice archway. Ooh. Nice stars in the moon. I mean, this is definitely a lie, right? You would never be able to see the moon like this in a city. Gonna be completely honest here. Plague. Latin plague which reads, all must walk this path to where the laws of day help the virtuous to paradise in the city beneath the earth. The ravenous hunger of the avaricious? Oh, avarice, yeah. Avaricious is sated at the banks of the stream, but in vain, for none from here may return. Immersion ruined? Yeah, exactly. It's terrible. You know, this was like basically a 10 out of 10 game, but gotta drop like 8 points at least, you know? That's that's quite something here. Nice statues though. Really fascinating that I got a museum just for those 4 topics and perfectly, you know, constructed just around it. I do appreciate it. Sumerian plaque. Oh, this is the one we used. The fierce one. The one, or at least one of them, like the one we had to put into the obelisk. Sumerian one. The sins of the one shall become the suffering of the many. It's very cool. I still love whatever this is. I mean, there's probably a name for this creature here, but hey. Definitely seen them in some games before, but I've never actually looked up the name. Or if I did, I probably just forgot. Hey you. Can I jump over here? No. What a great cat. And you're just sitting around? Well then, can't even loot stuff. Reminds me, do I have an inventory? No, obviously not. I took all my stuff? No. Well, I guess there's only one person. Wait, there are multiple people. Stranger? Who are you? Can't talk to you. Something is off here.
There you are. I hope you enjoyed that.
Now,
There's one more person I wanted to introduce you to. I think you know her.
Well, I mean...
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time.
I feel like I kind of broke the sequence there. I recognize that voice.
Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention.
Well then, you're whispering to me all along?
Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues, and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected.
I mean, you did what you could. And it definitely helped. I still don't know what those golden eggs are all about, but hey, you created the time loop?
I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did.
Well, what became of Pluto?
I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way.
I mean, he did want to go back to Elysium, so, you know. And Karen?
Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day.
It was nice meeting you.
And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city?
Of course.
Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
The canon ending. Reach ending 4 out of 4. This part always gets you. I mean, it's getting me, kind of, you know? I mean, this whole ending sequence has been getting me, but, you know, you can't show fear and emotion on camera, you know? All that stuff. I mean, you know, I'm guessing the credits will roll now? Okay, they can actually can talk here. I really love this game, right? This is exactly what I was really scared starting this game when I picked it, basically. Because I'm always worried that I'm gonna start playing a game and it's just not gonna vibe with me. But this was definitely what I wanted in the game. I really liked those puzzles. There were some action sequences, and I think the action was probably some of the weakest part. And there was like the whole part in the mansion, I'm gonna call it, like where you had to find all those golden statues and stuff. And we didn't actually... I wasn't incorrect. We did not see that woman who was in there, right? She did not leave the underworld, unless I missed her somehow, and I'm just really stupid right now. I might have just been stupid and for some reason didn't put that, Naevia. Exactly, that's the name. I could not really read that name because I'm terrible. It's actually what is written in here, it's just that I was unsure because obviously those names are not particularly German or English, where I would could kind of infer if I'm correct or not. But yeah, I was kind of worried about this game in the beginning. I am very happy that I've made this plunge and tried it. And I mean, both streams have been like so long, both very much overtime, which I rarely do. Like there are games that where I'm really invested, like Zelda recently has also been very similar to that. But I completely forget the time. Like I only took like a short break in between. And this is right up my alley. I love figuring stuff out from like on my own mostly. I don't think it's, well, how do I put it? I really like other games that do similar stuff. I don't want to spoil other games, but I really enjoyed that this game for the most part gave me the chance to figure stuff out. If I had to critique something, I would say there were moments, like for example, and there were only a few of them, very few of them. Like when we talked with Philip, we know his name now, and he basically talked to us and asked us if we knew which god was responsible for all of this, that we couldn't give an answer. Like we couldn't deduct our own reasoning. We had to talk to God, I'm terrible with names. The high priestess, Equitia, I think was it? Yeah. And we had to talk to her and basically confirm it there before we could talk to with Philip about this. But this is probably my most negative point that I'm having right now. I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed the characters, the interactions. While I'm terrible with names, especially when they are not, names that I would normally encounter, especially when they're like Roman and Greek and, I mean, they were mostly Roman because they all Romanized their names. Like, they are kind of hard to remember. But I generally was able to remember, like, the people and what they stood for and all of that stuff once I saw them. So this is definitely something for them. Even though I definitely have to say the faces are kind of weird, right? I'm not gonna fault them. Like, modeling humans is really hard. And, like, they are very uncanny all the time. And especially if you're, like, zoomed in into faces and they have, like, these uncanny mouths, it's just kind of, weird. But it certainly wasn't enough to really detract from my experience. I loved it. I loved all the curveballs this game was throwing at me. Like, I thought I had figured it out like 4 times what this game was about, like, at least. And it just changed, like, every time. Like, for example, when I picked up the, like, the medicine, I'm gonna call it. I forgot what exactly it was called. In my first loop. And I thought, okay, I stole it now it's game over. And I just realized, oh wait, this is a time loop game. And I didn't actually realize that, what's his name? The magistrate at the time actually sacrificed himself because I didn't read the marker correctly. and I just went to the portal, and there was a portal, and I didn't even see the dead body in front. Like, things like that, and it also changed again once I realized what was actually happening. The whole thing that when I figured out that he retained his memories after I originally freed his daughter. Things like those. That definitely threw some curveballs and completely changed the dynamic. It was really fun. I would critique the game for, you know, our best boy over here, Galerius, just because he was like, you know, so great, like such a good boy over here, like best guy in the whole village and stuff. He was like too perfect for all of that, you know. I don't know if I really disliked it. I feel like if it had been like a murder mystery or something like that, it would have been, in my opinion, like a terrible choice to have like a, I'm gonna call him like a perfect person, like a flawless person you can just trust to do whatever. Our dedication for Martha Pierce, whose steadfast love and support made this game possible. Again, like I knew nothing about this game coming into it, except for the fact that there was a city to explore, and it was originally, to my understanding, a Skyrim mod, which I'm guessing definitely helped this game work out, because they had like a chance to test it basically as a pre-release version that many people played. But that's basically it. And I very much loved it, and I hope you all enjoyed it, watching me, you know, figure it all out. I'm guessing that the finale, when you're talking to, you know, Hades, that, or like the god of Underworld, whatever name you want to use at that point, that there are probably different ways you can solve that, depending on how you argue. I mean, I feel like you mentioned something that you have not seen that version where I just shot something. I don't know if you were referencing that, but I'm guessing there are just multiple options even there. But I am fine with my choice. I don't know if I ever want to look up like different conversations. I might do that on YouTube, or I might do that in my free time, but I don't think I'm gonna stream it. This has been a very fun stream again. I'm gonna continue here. A message from developers. Oh, there's even more. We hope you enjoyed The Forgotten City. We'd love to make even better games in the future, and you can help us by recommending The Forgotten City to a friend or writing a review. The more people play our games, the more we can level up. And if you'd like to be the first to know when we announce our next project, please connect with us here. Interesting. There's so many threads to pull in this game. Again, like, there were those eggs I could turn to gold. I mean, they were marked that I could turn them into gold by all those butterflies, and I don't know why. Right? Like, I have to use them somewhere. I kind of want to figure that out, but I don't know if that's something I want to do, like, on stream, because I like to, like, then sit there and just, like, hyper-focus on something for, like, 10 hours straight and stuff, you know? So... Did you get an achievement for that? I might have. Wait. I already don't remember, but I might have. 9 tamer. I'm just... Matchmaking. No, it's not that one. I'm not sure if I did. I'm gonna scroll once again. I'm kind of blind mostly. I guess I didn't. But there are also things like achievements that would be fun. Did you want to know what happened after Duty was freed? Yeah, definitely. Since I'm not gonna figure it out now. I don't know who broke the whole law. Maybe he broke the law. I mean, it would be kind of funny if he just picked something up by like not even intending to steal something, and then we just broke the rule. But yes. Yeah, I'm definitely going to keep those developers in mind. Maybe check on something else. It reminds me that there were like some other developers that actually released a puzzle game today, which is kind of funny. I just realized that after I already made plans to play The Forgotten City again, because otherwise I might have played that one instead. Oh yes, so yeah, I knew why he was locked up. So it was actually him just picking something up that was shiny, and yeah, nobody would have actually seen it as stealing, but you know, in the rule it kind of was. But hey, kind of makes sense. You know, it was my third theory, so yeah. Anyway, again, thanks for watching. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thanks for lurking, and obviously the VOD watchers later on. I've had such a blast with this game. This is exactly what I want to see more of. And there are still some other puzzly games that I have heard recommended that I do not know anything about it. And I will definitely play them soon. Assuming that I will ever find time to do it, actually, you know. It's one of the shitty interpretation of the rule. Another one for the shelf. Exactly. I completely forgot to update my my shelf. Hey, I want to switch over to just setting. Yeah, I definitely have to put it down there. I actually forgot to do that for this stream. But yeah, I'm gonna change that soon. Again, thank you guys for hanging out. I'm gonna end the stream here and, I don't know, get a snack or something. I've been talking for like over 6 hours once again. Again, I can kind of just gush about this game, and I will definitely recommend people to play this game blind. It was a tad short for me, but then again, I do like those puzzle games. It's always hard to really gauge how long people will take for puzzles, because obviously the average person is going to see things quicker or maybe slower than others. And sometimes with many puzzles that I solve like basically instantly, it's just I randomly saw like a small detail that many might have missed just because they maybe didn't step to the left at the correct moment or something like that, you know. So yeah, it's kind of hard to gauge those kinds of games. Still very loved it, very much loved it, even though it, you know, was only 2 streams. But then again, like, I don't even know when I would have had the next chance to play a game like this. So, you know. Now you can watch Ryan's playthrough. You might see some things I missed. I will definitely do that whenever I find the time. But yeah. Again, I've tried this like 4 times already. Thank you guys for watching. See you guys next time. I hope you enjoyed. And bye-bye.